got a heart on fire. Someone hit the alarm. A heart on fire. Lighting up after dark. I hold my breath, but it's still gonna catch a heart on fire. Heart on fire. Lately it's been hard to feel anything kinda real. We've been lost in a maze. Different time, stranger place. Step out into the room, feeling electric blue. I just wanna dance with you. I just wanna dance with you. You got this magic kind of way. I get one look from you, my chest goes boom, 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 boom. I get one look from you, my chest goes boom, 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 boom. I got a heart on fire. Someone hit the alarm. A heart on fire. Lighting up after dark. I hold my breath, but it's still gonna catch a heart on fire. Heart on fire. Heart on fire. Heart on Baby, it's been hard to feel anything kinda real. We've been lost in a maze. Different time, stranger place. I get one look from you, my chest goes boom, 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 boom.
Okay, welcome. My name is James Taylor Foster, and I'm here. I'm going to be moderating this event today, and also, importantly, having a bit of a conversation at the end of this. So for me, this is very exciting because I can't wait to see what you're going to say and what you're going to show. The loose goal of this afternoon is to spend some time listening and discussing the ideas and work of a range of designers, some of which are in this room, some of which are online, who are thinking, practicing around ideas crossing borders. For me, it's interesting because this event is about practice-driven research, about best practices, about mutual learning. And that's a very ambiguous, ephemeral thing. You know, mutual learning requires a little bit of engagement beyond, I think, what we normally have in the world. It's also exciting for me, at least, and hopefully we all agree, to be in a room engaging virtually, because the last few years have given the sense that the world is getting smaller, but the world has stayed exactly the same size. And the challenges that are being faced here or there, they might have similarities, and I hope we can start to tease out what makes some of these challenges manageable, which is engagement, which is listening, and which is learning. I'm told there are around 200 people joining us online, so hello to you. As I said, many of the teams and speakers will be joining us online today. So this is going to be a hybrid event of incredible choreography, of which I am somehow choreographer with the kind of team. So we're going to see how that works, hopefully as smooth as possible. There's also an invitation to submit blog entries and to join the matchmaking tool, connecting with designers from all across the world online in connection to the Design Networking Hub. And so we'll keep going, we'll push this forward. I'm excited. I can see there is excitement on the faces of the people in this room. First, I'd like to introduce Peter Kettner of the Federal Foreign Office to kick us off. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, and I'm going to be very brief because it's not me you're here for. As you said, I'm the representative of the logo on the far right there, and the question I just might talk 1 or 2 minutes about is what does it have to do with foreign policy? Because actually that's what we're supposed to do, foreign policy. Basically, crossing borders for us is utterly important in these times because, as you already mentioned, the big challenges we're faced with today are not going to be solved within national borders. So we have to cross borders in any kind of relation, be it national borders, be it ethnic or the borders of branches. So we especially we think that foreign policy is not only something that takes place between governments, but it's also something that takes place between people and between societies. And therefore, this idea of crossing borders needs people, needs societies to take off and to cross these borders. It's not going to be governments who cross the borders. It's in first place, it has to be societies, it has to be people. So that's why the idea of working together, especially in the creative sector, is something that is really important, not for, how can I say, what happens on a day-to-day basis in the Foreign Office, be it Sharm el-Sheikh or another EU summit in Brussels, but it's what we need as a societal basis for foreign policy to be shaped on another level. So basically, what we're why we're in and what we're trying to foster is an exchange. Is the idea of crossing borders as the basis, as the ground for foreign policy actors on another level to also cross borders, because they have to look on examples within their societies in order to be able to see how it works. And therefore, I'm really happy to see that event taking place. I know that a lot of people who should have been here can only be with us online today because they were not able to cross the borders, which is a pity. And which shows us very well that we have to go on working on that issue, not only here but also in the foreign ministries worldwide. So I wish you a very nice afternoon in this very nice location. I really like it, and it's a pity for all those who can't join us here. And a lot of interesting experiences and exchanges, and yes, that the network grows. So thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you, Peter. I'd now like to introduce Lutz Dietzold to come, and also in this kind of rapid series of introductions. Thank you, Lutz.
Thanks, and a very warm welcome. Only a few words, because we're here to discuss, to see what the groups have been working on, and to foster the exchange, as Mr. Kettner already mentioned. So I'm very happy to be here from the German Design Council, who's a partner in this project. We are facing our 70th anniversary next year. We were set up by the German Parliament in the early 50s. It was the only time that the German Parliament has a discussion about design, but hopefully we will bring back the topic of design back to the Parliament. And they were talking about the economic impact of design. And this is for us very important. We're a member-based organization now. We have 340 companies, mostly producing companies, in the German Design Council. We are doing services, products, and more solutions. But I think when we talk about the impact of design, we have also talk about our societies, how we do organize. We're challenged with a lot of topics: climate change, hunger crisis, warlike operation risks all over the world. And so this is why we believe we can find the solutions for the future only if we do work together. And this is why I really believe in this project between Kenya and Germany, and I'm very happy all of you working for this project since 1.5 years, and now it's like a starting point, and to collaborate more and more in the future in new kind of action, a new kind of to find new solutions and new topics, and to learn from each other. So I'm very curious, wish you fruitful discussions, and here we are. Thank you.
Okay, in the first test of our hybrid on and offline event, I'd like to introduce Samson Malaki from Design Kenya Society, who's joining us virtually, I believe, and I'll just fill in the gap until that happens. Getting absolutely nothing from over there, so I don't know if we're in a desperate situation or a good situation. But Samson should be joining us. All right, well, the choreography of this event is taking a little bit more, but something is happening. All right.
Hello.
Well, in the meantime, I would just like to follow up a little bit on what was said, both by Lutz and by Peter. You know, there is I do find it fascinating, speaking as a British citizen who's just been through an interesting removal or withdrawal from the EU. Just what it means, just what borders actually mean. And I think that when we start to understand what crossing borders mean, you know, we are talking partially about those physical entrenched borders that define our world. But like I was trying to hint at a little bit earlier, there is something else going on, which is that almost ephemeral connection between borders. Borders, in a way, don't exist. There was an excellent version of the Oslo Triennale that happened in 2016 called After Belonging. I don't know if anybody in the room visited the Oslo Triennale then, which was looking specifically at what borders mean. And in my time, living in Europe and also in Scandinavia, particularly now, we've witnessed precisely what borders can become, especially in a time of war and conflict. So I'm interested, therefore, in how we start to think about borders beyond their physical spaces, beyond their physical boundaries. And I hope we're going to be able to understand that more practically throughout the series of conversations today. I'm going to take a seat now and wait for the technical issues to resolve themselves, but shortly, I expect, we'll be hearing from Samson Malaki from Design Kenya Society.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Okay, I think we can hear Samson, but we can't see Samson. So we're going to have to close our eyes, put our heads back, meditate, and listen rather than look. Is that correct? Samson, are you there?
Yes, I'm having an issue with the video, but I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you perfectly, so we're going to listen intently.
All right, can I continue?
Yeah.
Guten Mittag, good afternoon. Ms. Julia Kostial, the Managing Director, German Museum, the Design Foundation, the lecturers and invigilators from the two countries, all the participants from Kenya and Germany, all those following this great design conversation online or virtually. My name is Malaki Samson, the President and Chairman, Design Kenya Society. It gives me a great joy and pleasure to be amidst this mind of designers, architects, and creators drawn from Kenya and Germany. It is an honor and a privilege that I don't take for granted. I want to take this single opportunity to thank the German Design Museum Foundation and Design Kenya Society for having made it possible for my colleagues, Mr. Kyesubire, Mr. Michael Moya, Professor Lilac, Osanjo, and myself to be part of this great design conversation. Design Kenya Society is a voice of design in Kenya. It is a 12-year-old of the design professionals, leaders, opportunities, and raise professional standard of design Kenya. I hope you can still hear design professionals in Kenya so as to develop a unified voice that influence public policy and develop the expansive and vibrant design industry. More so, the association seeks to expose its members to the innovative ways of designing, creating, producing, and running business in the hope that it will impact the country, create better experiences, enrich lives, and build the design industry at large. Design Kenya Society is an all-inclusive association that brings together various design disciplines which include interior design, graphic, fashion, industrial product, communication, illustration design, and photography, among others. Design students also form part of this association through their design student chapters drawn from various design institutions across Kenya. Design Kenya Society is one of the vibrant design associations in Africa. It has networked and continued to network with other like-minded societies and associations locally, regionally, and internationally to raise professional standards and expand opportunities across the professional networks. Through partnerships, Design Kenya Society has exposed its designers to the regional and international stage. Its members have participated in various conferences and global meetings in several countries, including South Africa, Morocco, Nigeria, Botswana, Uganda, Ghana, and now Germany. Its student members have also taken part in various design leadership forums with the Design Institute in South Africa. This is also what Design Kenya Society members are currently experiencing in Germany at the moment. Through its networks, Design Kenya Society has been privileged to host various Nairobi International Design Conferences, which drew participants locally and internationally that address various aspects of the African design for the decade and beyond. Design Kenya Society is a founder member of the Networks of African Design, which is a founder member of the African Design Forum. It is also a member of the Pan-African Institute known as PADI that represents the best interests of design professionals from various design disciplines across Africa. DKS aims at unifying design educators and professionals, partnering with regional and global policymakers to facilitate Africa's socio-economic development through sustainable design. Design is a diverse practice of planning and creating things that encompasses creation of various products, services, interactions, visual environments, infrastructure, and technology, among others. Globally, design is shaping and is affecting lives based on how it is appreciated and consumed. Design influence is rapidly growing across the continent, touching lives in different ways. This therefore calls for designers, creators, and architects, among other related professionals, to closely collaborate and network to ensure that the output of the engagement is meaningful for humanity. We should therefore challenge ourselves individually and corporately to better the quality of life for all and to improve and protect our built and non-built environments for future generations through sustainable design and architecture. This can only be possible through constructive engagements and healthy networking. In June 2021, the Design Networking Hub was hatched in Kenya, courtesy of German Design Museum Foundation. The Networking Hub is a contemporary knowledge and networking platform that supports German-Kenyan cooperation projects in the field of design and architecture. The aim of the hub was to provide a platform that brought together participants from Kenya and Germany to initiate and implement joint projects through creative design thinking approaches. This project was characterized by various activities which include vetting and selection of 10 young participants for piloting purposes, i.e. the 5 Germans and 5 Kenyans. The group had representation of service and communication designers, architects, product designers, among others, whose pilot project was in relation to mobility, housing, and digitization. Various activities took place at different times, i.e. concept development, panel discussion, lectures, reflective talks, travels, and eventually final presentation that we are experiencing today. Through this partnership, the German Museum Foundation was able to fully sponsor 5 young Kenyans who took part in the 17-month program, both in Kenya and Germany. On the other hand, Design Kenya Society was able to offer support by providing important networks for the participants, undertaking a workshop on design thinking and problem solving, evaluation of ideas, and offering its members for lecture sessions for participation in Kenya. Design Kenya Society was able to send Professor Lilac Osanjo, who is the patron of the association, to German as a facilitator or rather invigilator. On behalf of the Design Kenya Society, I must laud the cooperation that we have had with the German Design Museum Foundation through the Design Networking Hub that has brought together the German and Kenyan participants to make this project a big success for the last 17 months. This project has connected designers, creators, architects from the 2 countries to work together, which culminated in the creative deliverables we are experiencing today in Germany. Indeed, the design idea crossed borders, not only between the 2 countries, but also infiltrated the globe through the virtual platform we are experiencing now. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the 10 participants who took part in the project to make it a great success. From Germany, we had Madita, we had Timm, Donke, we have Philip, we had Hannah, and of course, we had Marvin, Kasper. From Kenya, we had William Otuke, George Wekesa, Betty Mwema, Julita Bagat, and Stephanie Nyairo. Design is becoming a big and global conversation. Everything around us is design, and no wonder design is a driver of innovation and competition, growth and development, efficiency and prosperity, facilitator of change, expression of culture, driver of technology, and an agent of sustainable solutions. The future of design lies in the design education, collaboration, and networking. This African saying that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. And I choose the latter. Having interacted with the design participants, I'm meant to understand that they have been able to gain different perspectives on design networking, exchange good ideas of design practice, and also developed relationships with their peers that will ensure that the vital design discussions are active and the collaboration continues even after this vital conference. This project has been a big milestone in the calendar of Design Kenya Society for 2022. From this maiden collaboration, we anticipate that the more creative and sustainable project will be initiated and actualized for posterity. We look forward as an association to continue collaborating and networking with our German counterparts to further the design agenda in both countries and beyond. Indeed, design has no boundaries. Networking is not just connecting people, it is about connecting people with people, connecting people with ideas, and connecting people with opportunities. Long live design partners, our German friends. Long live to all the creative, and long live to the design industry at large. Donke, thank you. My name is Malaki Samson, the president and the chairman of the Design Kenya Society. Good afternoon.
Thank you. I hope that's our only visual glitch for this afternoon. I'd now like to invite Julita Kostial from the German Design Museum Foundation to the stage.
Thank you very much, James. First of all, another warm welcome from the team of the German Design Museum Foundation. Welcome to our guests from Kenya. It is so nice you're here today. Samson, Malaki, Kyesubire, Greigg, we were so much hoping to greet you in person today, but hopefully we can make it up the next time. Welcome Peter Kettner, who has closely accompanied the work of the Design Networking Hub over the last year and a half. Welcome, Lutz Dietzold. The German Design Council has opened all networks to the Design Networking Hub and thus contributed significantly to the success of this project. Welcome to all the other physically and digitally connected speakers and listeners this afternoon. And last but not least, welcome to the pilot group of the Design Networking Hub. This is Timm Donke, Marvin Kasper, George Wekesa, Stephanie Nyairo, Madita Morgenstern-Antao, Philipp Kohlbecher, Betty Mwema, Julita Afande, William Otuke, and Hannah Weirich. Before we now listen to various practical examples of international collaboration, I would like to briefly explain what the Design Networking Hub is about and why we are here today to address the question of how international cooperation works in the creative sector and what challenges are and what solutions might look like. The Design Networking Hub started with a grant funding from the Federal Foreign Office, which aimed to foster the priority sectors of design and digital society. The regional focus of the funding line was on the cultural and creative industries in Europe and Africa. This was perfect timing for us because after successfully running workshop projects in Italy and the US, we wanted to turn our attention to a new continent. Germany and Kenya have traditionally maintained closely and mutually beneficial relations. Kenya is not only Germany's most important trading partner in East Africa, but also has developed into the region's strongest economic power since the turn of the millennium. The country, in which about 3/4 of the population is younger than 30, also has a diverse creative scene where world trends and regional and local developments often merge into something new. It is not without reason that Kenya is home to Africa's most modern startups. Germany, in turn, is very well embedded in the global economy and a global innovation beacon with a high volume of investment. With entrepreneurial culture, interaction, and diversity, Germany is developing into a hub for the creative scene of the 21st century. Linking Kenya's creative energy with Germany's and learning from each other was the impetus to develop a project that links the culture and the creative scene of the two countries. So our project idea was to create a digital hub as a place of exchange, networking, and further development. We wanted to build a knowledge and networking platform to support German-Kenyan cooperation projects in the field of design and architecture. The Design Networking Hub is intended to provide all essential information for the implementation of, in the first step, German-Kenyan cooperation projects, which include, for example, recorded lectures, handouts, videos, addressing contact pools, and best practice examples. Thus, a practice-oriented source of information for the cultural and creative industries of both countries has been established, which connects designers, architects, and creators from different disciplines and enables them to independently initiate and implement cooperation projects. An important concern of the Design Networking Hub is the exchange of ideas and information on an equal footing, in which all participants learn from each other and develop together. To make the information offered by the Design Networking Hub as user-oriented as possible, a pilot group of 5 German and 5 Kenyan young designers and architects was recruited to work in small teams through the entire process of bilateral cooperation project and jointly develop new products, business ideas, or non-profit concepts in the field of mobility, housing, and technology. We received over 130 applications for the pilot group of the hub. When selecting the applicants, we made sure that different disciplines were covered, like product design, industrial design, communication design, social design, and architecture, and we were looking for people who think out of the box. During a project phase of about 1 year, the designers and architects were supported by the team of the Design Networking Hub. We met in regular Zoom meetings, listened to lectures, for example, about international trade shows, problem framing, or technological innovations from Kenya, product market fit, digital PR in the creative industry, or humanitarian design. And we discussed different ideas. The progress of the project, challenges and learnings have been documented on the website by offering answers, informations, and solutions. In the end, a large digital store of knowledge has been created that hopefully will motivate and enable more creative minds to successfully implement joint projects. However, the Design Networking Hub is not only about connecting designers and architects, but also about bringing institutions in contact and strengthening their exchange. Factors of great importance if you want to develop projects of significance together. Milestones in the past 12 months were the selection of the pilot group, obviously, the creation of a new website as a knowledge and networking platform, various online lectures with experts from Kenya and Germany. In September 2021, as you can see here, together with the German participants of the pilot group, we traveled to Nairobi, where an ideation workshop led by the wonderful Mijthab of the Design Kenya Society took place, and we met many networking partners. In May 2022, the Design Networking Hub made a stopover at Munich Creative Business Week, where we drew a first interim conclusion in a panel discussion with cooperation partners and the pilot group. In summer 2022, all participants in the pilot group had the opportunity to travel individually to the other country to meet their team members, establish contacts with market participants, and conduct on-site research. We were aware from the outset that such a pilot project would be a very agile undertaking. Through learning by doing, the aim was to find out more step by step about the potential that such a platform could develop and to understand the structures of intercultural collaboration. When we had to decide how to set up the work of the pilot group, we decided after long discussions to give as few guidelines as possible. We found during the course of the project that this was one of the biggest challenges for the pilot group. After all, not only were they tasked with developing solutions, but they first had to identify the problems they wanted to address. All three groups did an excellent job of this, as you will see in a moment, but we understood during the course of the project that it would have been easier to predetermine the needs to be addressed. It is always a great challenge to set up intercultural projects if they are not initiated within a corporate structure or, as in our case, within a project context. Especially in the field of social design, everyone agrees on the importance of finding solutions to today's social problems, but financing the development of these solutions is usually problematic. This means that the work often takes place alongside the actual job, which makes it difficult to keep up with the plan. Basically, time is an important factor. When you're working together on an international level and the partners don't yet know each other personally, it's central to get the time to get to know each other, build trust and exchange ideas openly. This is especially true for collaboration in the digital space. Moreover, the creative process never proceeds in a linear fashion. Iterative work takes time, must provide space for branching off, looping, and deliberation. On the other side, however, are the great benefits of intercultural collaboration. Intensive engagement with people from another country enables a view beyond one's own nose, which is always inspiring and involves a learning process that is unique. A Google search cannot replace the direct exchange and collaboration. Intercultural collaboration is diversity in action. If we want to solve the ever-increasing economic and social challenges of global coexistence, we can only do so in the context of mutual learning. Now we are already approaching the end of the 1.5-year pilot phase of the Design Networking Hub. design-networking-hub.com has grown into a knowledge platform. The matchmaking tool presents the first projects and is waiting to grow further. But of course, this is not the end of the story. That's why today's event is not a closing event, but another milestone. The Design Networking Hub will continue to grow. This requires an active community that communicates with each other and with us. I would like to invite everybody today to join and get active on the Design Networking Hub. There you have the opportunity to upload blog entries or introduce your international project in the matchmaking tool. Initiating and implementing intercultural projects is challenging, but for us as a team of the German Design Museum Foundation, it is above all a huge enrichment. Now I look forward to today's presentations and hand over to the first of our pilot groups, which is concerned with bringing together the two labor markets in an interesting development process. So please welcome Timm Donke, Marvin Kasper, and George Wekesa.
Hi everyone, my name is Wekesa. I'm here starting off with our conversation today on the mobility team. What you're seeing on the screen is exactly the process we went through the past 1.5 years, where we started off dreaming very, very big, and we had the task to look into the topic of mobility as a starting point. We evolved over time, starting off with the idea of walking, to the idea of public transportation, to the idea of a community coin. And today, we're excited to present to you what it is now that has evolved into. I will talk about more of the process we went into. My colleagues here will look a bit more into the design and also the delivery of the project. In our first meetup, it was a very exciting process. A lot of ideas came on board. Everyone was happy to meet each other for the first time. We got to know each and everyone's interests and started to align from that point. As you can see on the screen, there's a bit of vibrancy that happened on that day, which is really creative, and it's good to have this sort of starting point where ideas sort of boom from each other. From that, we moved into a digital space when the Germans left from Nairobi, and we had to figure out how we could continue with our collaborative process. We started using tools like the one you can see on the screen, which is called Miro, where we put all our ideas together in the Miro, starting off with thinking, what is mobility, basically? So you can see the trajectory of different ideas from different corners, basically more or less similar to this logo here, where there's a bit of a node that starts off something and then veers off into different ideas. We were very happy with this process. Some days we were a bit tired or expressionless. Other days we were happy and more or less enjoying the time together, trying to really come up with something very interesting, something very practical, and something that's very meaningful to the process. Other days, some of us were just alone on the call, and other days a bit bored. Other days very proactive. You can see one of the prototypes we made at the center there. And through this process, we came to realize that mobility doesn't necessarily have to mean the physical aspect of mobility. We realize we can actually explore what it means to be in this digital mobility space. So a virtual mobility type of problem that we can look into as a way of thinking about mobility. And looking at the distance between Nairobi and Kenya, which is about 6,295 kilometers. How do you exchange ideas from these different parts of the globe in a way that's very sustainable, in a way that thinks about the cross-cutting issues and not just devoid of the different contextual understanding? So we looked into the virtual mobility space, where we had three main ideas that we're going to talk about today. One is the digital collaboration. The second one is to do with intercultural problem solving and the long-distance skill exchange. First, we had to understand what the problem or what the context of the problem is. And we had this book handed to us in our first meetup in Nairobi by the Goethe Institute that talked about learning from the mobility in Nairobi. And one key theme that came out of that book is how do you harmonize existing informal systems to enhance resilience, trust, and productivity. This, the book talks about the movement of food within Nairobi as a way of tracing how mobility works or how effectively mobility works in a city. And from this basis of understanding the resilience of informal or existing systems that are already working and trying just to enhance them, we came up with a project that now capitalizes on that to even enhance that further, which my colleagues are going to talk to you about. But first, we're going to watch a small video just to have our heads around what the problem is and what we're trying to solve. I don't know how to play
Der
this.
Fachkräftemangel auf dem deutschen Arbeitsmarkt hat einen neuen Höchststand erreicht.
Where did the rain start beating us? How do we help the situation?
Fachkräftemangel. Dieser Begriff kursiert schon seit längerem.
To sort the youth unemployment situation in the country.
Warten auf den Handwerker.
But youth unemployment is where the problem really is.
Der Arbeitsmarkt ist leergefegt.
Es fehlen nämlich Fachkräfte.
In Kenya, we find there could be many reasons why the youth are not finding jobs.
Der Fachkräftemangel in einem nicht gekannten Umfang.
For example, every year about 5 million people are looking for a job.
Für etwa jede zweite offene Stelle gab es keinen passend qualifizierten.
We have this culture. You graduate, you tarmac, and you see tarmacking has become a norm now. You meet your friends out there, me bado na tarmac, na tarmac, na tarmac. And it will continue like that over and over again.
Die Fachkräftelücke im Handwerk lag im vergangenen Jahr bei mehr als 75.000 Gesellen.
How many youths did you see lining up and applying and their applications being rejected or being thrown even in the trash?
In bestimmten Branchen und Regionen fehlen nicht nur Fachkräfte, sondern generell Arbeitskräfte.
Unemployment remains the biggest challenge facing the demographic that makes up for 75% of the population.
Und sogar in weiten Bereichen einen Arbeitskräftemangel.
But empowering the youth remains a challenge.
Die Nachfrage nach Arbeitskräften schon seit sehr, sehr langer Zeit viel höher ist als das Angebot.
That unemployment can be a generational problem in this country.
Im zweiten Quartal 2022 war die Zahl der offenen Stellen mit über 1,7 Millionen auf einem neuen Rekordniveau.
So yeah, this video was a compilation of YouTube news items within the last year. And we decided to put them next to each other to show the urgency of that topic, right? And I think it was quite clear in the movie to see like the problem statements which we try to formulate. So the problem number one would be the declining interest to learn a crafts profession in Germany. The problem statement number two would be the high youth unemployment rate in Kenya. And the problem statement number three would be the need of high-skilled labor in actually both countries. And our attempt to work on this issue, creating some sort of platform which we call Kasuju. And Kasuju is a mix of two Kenyan Swahili words, which is kazi, means work, and ujuzi means skill. So you just put them together and you get Kasuju. And we are trying to sort of create a platform to educate youngsters within Germany, but also within Kenya, to support them financially and to learn what it means to learn a craft. The vision for the project would be to innovate on the crafts education to foster intercultural skill exchange between Kenya and Germany to mitigate the growing need of high-skilled labor in both countries. And the mission would be to create a digital skill learning platform to cater for the growing need of high-skilled labor in Kenya and Germany by creating furniture. So that's why you also see the chair. We went from mobility to making chairs, but yeah. And how that would work. So Kosuju as a platform in the middle would try to innovate crafts education in Germany and in Kenya. We are working on creating this skill sharing platform. We would like to foster exchange opportunities in the crafts sector. We are producing high quality furniture. We would offer financial support to our students or to the people who would learn the craft. And we are trying to, it would be like a long-term goal to try to offer accredited certificates, because we see that is most of the time an issue that documents are not verified within the both countries. We would advocate for a strong craftsmanship, and we could also then place our students, our carpenters, so to say, in companies to actually help out the need for high-skilled labor. And in a small diagram, it would work like this. So we have our students, and we have the carpenters, and there we will create videos which educate the students from the carpenters, right? So the carpenters, they would share their skills, and the students would produce the furniture, maybe in a 2-year-long program. And to finance that whole thing, we would try to sell the furniture to the consumer market. And by that, we could have an income for the students. But then also, we could supply the students to the companies, to the labor market. And to talk a bit about the business aspect, we saw a growth projection of the furniture market within Kenya, which Wekesa pointed out also because of the growing population within Kenya, people building many, many houses, right? So what do you need after you build a house? Probably furniture. And so we see that by 2025, the market for living room furniture and dining room furniture would come to 55,240,000 US dollars. So there would be some sort of business case for this project. And then Marvin will show you how we made this chair.
Yeah, after that, after we finalizing our mission and our vision, we started our field research in Nairobi. And what you can see there is an Ngong road. It's a long road where a lot of carpenters work together, or they have like small individual workshops, but they are only also share big machines, like what you can see there, big pencil. And yeah, we get in touch with the carpenters and start designing our own chair. As you can see over there, we did a small rendering, and we 3D print some models. You can see it's a kind of simple chair. We want to design another with different level. When you get more tough, then it gets more complicated. This is just flat material, so easy to produce. Maybe it's like a starting point. And there you can see where it's getting built. Yeah, and this could be like a range of chairs with different difficulties to build. To learn the crafts. So we want to, at the end, we want to have a series of chairs with different difficulties. And maybe in year 1 of your education, you start with an easy chair and then getting more experience with the material. And also to closing the loop to our main topic, mobility, we want to provide a video-based education platform. You can see.
Naishike hii. Sasa hapa patahitaji angola, ndio maana nikae kuja na hii Angola.
Hii shike hapa, seme zikiwa mbili. Hii kishika hii, itashika hii.
In the middle you can see the carpenter with whom we work together.
Kitu kama hiyo.
Okay.
Ama sijui kama hapa, kwa maana ni chini.
Yeah. And after that, maybe we can team up with some partners, some possible partners. In December, there's a big fair called WoodTech Africa in Kenya. Maybe we can exhibit our chairs or our vision there.
And just a little overview about the expenses and the income. The expenses would be the cost for creating the educational courses. We would have to have an educational facility, hopefully within Kenya and hopefully within Germany. We would create this online platform, and we have the organizational cost, of course, of running such a project. And for the income part, so for the financing, how would we be able to finance this whole project? Would be by funding from government organizations, of course, by funding from non-government organizations, and by the product sales of the products of the chairs, and then also from provision from the companies if we hand over our students. And we made a little roadmap, of course, very brief. So the ideation phase is kind of over. It's the first year of the Design Networking Hub. Number 2 would be the incubation, so actually setting up the project, trying to make it reality. And would be to set up a curriculum. How could the education work? What kind of partner would we have to get on board? We would create the educational videos. We would set up the online platform. We would produce the first batch of chairs. We start selling the first batch of chairs in the fair, which Marvin talked about. And presenting the project to possible shareholders to see if there's any financial opportunities. And setting up the education production hub in Germany and Kenya. And then number 3 would be getting the first students.
So at Kazuju, we teach the skills to create sustainable furniture through unique blend of local knowledge, digital exchange, intercultural education to cater for the growing need of high-skilled labor in Kenya and Germany. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere. Stay here, because there might be questions, either in the room or on the chat. Are there any questions in the room, first of all? I'm told there's a system by which questions can come on screen if they're in the chat. 0 questions. I've got a very simple question. Why a chair? Could you talk about the chair as a design object? Why is this the kind of crucible of the project? Why did you start here?
Probably it came quite natural because Marvin is a furniture designer.
You might need to.
Oh, yeah. Marvin is a furniture designer. I have, before my studies in education, as a craftsman, and Wekesa as an architect. So the chair is a universal furniture, which is has its challenges to produce, but is also an interesting object. So I think that's why we chose the chair. And the table would have been a bit big to bring here.
So we had to bring the chair from Nairobi. We also had to think about something that's very dismantleable, something that can be carried around. We assembled it yesterday night. As you can see, it's pretty solid, but don't try to be very cozy with it. You can. But anyway, what I was getting at is also the fact that we were thinking beyond the life of this project. What can be something that's very tangible that we can consistently produce? That's a product that's accessible at a smaller scale, as opposed to thinking about things that are from a very wider scale. So narrowing it down to something small. I mean, the chair is pretty small in that sense, yeah.
I find it interesting that no one is actually sitting on the chair. No. You're going to try it, and we're going to try it out?
One person can try.
No? So we want to come and try it out. Are there any questions, either in the chat or in the room?
It works, huh?
Oh, here we go. This was the moment I was hoping for. All right, well, for the following teams, let's have questions in the back of our minds. Thank you very much. the three of you. I'd now like to introduce Mona Mijthab of Mosan and the Zurich University of the Arts, who is here in front of me. Can we hear you and see you? Perfectly. Thank you. Go ahead, Mona.
For the presentations, very inspiring. I will share my screen and start from there. Perfect. I hope that works. Excellent. Okay, great. It's my pleasure to join you here today. I have prepared a little presentation to talk about strategic design and what that means to me and my current work. And I will talk a bit about circular systems. And you might hear my dog also barking a bit in the background. I'm calling right now from Guatemala in Central America. It's 7 a.m. and my dog wants to join and announce that he's here. Okay, let me start. As I was already correctly introduced, I'm the designer and founder of a small social enterprise called Mosan. It's a sanitation solution that I will present to you. And I'm also a lecturer and researcher at the Zurich University of the Arts, where I teach different courses and different programs. Over the past actually already 10 years, I had quite an interesting journey behind me. So it's very inspiring to see what students, part of your program, have been up to, because my journey also started as an industrial design student, working on the grounds of an urban slum in Bangladesh, as you can see on the left image. And I worked my way through different intercultural collaborative projects in different countries and different contexts. What was always kind of my company, what followed me in that way, is the way I saw and how I practiced design. Design from the very early beginnings was, for me, very participatory, to collaborate with people, to use design as a strategy, as an approach, as a mindset, to actually not just design objects, and but also to design the systems, to design relationships, to really use design as a strategic approach to solve complex challenges. And you can even see a little image here where from my time in Kenya, I actually had spent 2-3 years in Kenya for the Mosan project, but also facilitating a university partnership between University Nairobi and ZHDK in Zurich. So Kenya is quite dear to my heart, and I hope I can go back soon. So since 2018, I'm now in Guatemala, from where I'm calling at the moment. I'm working now here, and we're implementing our innovation at this beautiful lake Atitlan, where we work with different indigenous groups in small Mayan indigenous villages. So quite a special cultural context to work with indigenous groups and to use design as a strategy to actually involve them in the design process and to actually, to come up with new innovations. So what are we doing? Mosan as a solution is a circular sanitation solution. We talk about it being climate positive, ecological, and community-led. And let me show you how that works. So in a nutshell, what we do is we actually take human waste that is usually not something useful or something valuable, but we take that human waste, urine and feces, and we transform that into organic fertilizers. And as we do that, we protect the environment, we protect water sources, we improve people's health, and thereby their livelihoods, and then overall the living conditions in those communities where we are working. But what's the actual challenge? And here it becomes interesting, and many people actually haven't heard about this. This is really a global crisis. This is not a local problem here in Guatemala or in Kenya. We're talking about a global crisis. Those two images are from previous projects that I had been doing. One is a road scene in Naivasha in Kenya on the left, where wastewater just flows in the middle of the street. And on the right side, you can see a flooded slum in Bangladesh, where people literally live in and surrounded with their with their wastewater. And you can imagine all the challenges that come with it, from disease spreading, contamination of the environment. You literally can't eat any fish anymore that grows in that water, being completely contaminated, but also risks for women as they try to find a toilet at night. There can be threats specifically for women and violence. So it's quite a complex challenge that we are facing here globally. And my work has brought me to Guatemala in 2018. The problem here is similarly big. We're still having 6 million people that don't have access to safe sanitation. And what does that actually mean? That means people might have a pit latrine, a simple toilet in their house, or they might have even a flush toilet, but the flush water goes to the next river, or it goes straight to the lake, contaminating the environment and leading to more disease spreading. Here in this image, you can see the community Santa Catarina Palopo, where we are working at the moment, a small indigenous community, but it is quite similar to what I've also experienced in Kenya or Bangladesh, because it is urbanizing. We have 3 volcanoes around us. So the settlements here, they don't grow in size, they grow denser and denser. That means in implementing conventional sanitation systems, infrastructure, piping, providing water becomes more and more challenging because the communities are really extremely dense. So how are we solving that? And how has design over the years helped me to find a solution to such a complex challenge? We basically have created over the years a complete circular system. It starts with people, and it starts, of course, with a toilet. That is quite important to solve this challenge, but there's so much more to it. We had to implement and design a logistical system on how can we, if there's no pipes, if there is not enough water, how can we design a system that still takes care safely of the human excreta, and actually, finding a proper, safe and even a useful way to treat and transform those materials. So what we came up with is this circular approach. People have the toilet in their private household. They contribute with a small monthly fee to have the toilet. They don't need to buy the toilet. They don't need to make big investments. They just contribute with a small fee that they can afford. Our team is ensuring the safe collection and transport of containers from inside the toilet. We're collecting those and provide fresh containers. We bring those full containers to our so-called transformation center, where we do all the treatment into fertilizers. And of course, those fertilizers will be reused in agriculture. Here you can see a bit this approach on how we work. Modularity in our way of designing has been extremely important, meaning that we won't scale the solution centralized, that we say we have one location and we scale it bigger and bigger. But given that the need for those type of solutions as we provided, it's maybe in one village here, and there might be another village, 5 kilometers further away or on the other side of the country. That means our approach to make this solution more accessible to more people is by replication, meaning one community gets a service and we build another service. We literally replicate it in another location. That means we have to deal with many different cultural contexts and different locations. That can be like the habits, the infrastructure, the indigenous culture that is it can be different from village to village. And all of that we want to take into account and make sure that our design respects that, responds to it, but also integrates those local aspects in the design to really be acceptable and feasible for the local population. And to come back to a word that I mentioned in the beginning, community-led. The community from that specific place is quite an important part of the solution. They are participating in the design and development of our solution, but also in the management and maintenance of the system. So let's see here those 5 main modules that make our solution. We have the awareness module, where we work a lot with the community, from raising awareness to educational workshops, to design workshops, co-design workshops. If we have to solve a big challenge, we invite people from the community to design with us. We have the Mosan toilet, which was actually my bachelor project in industrial design in the university, in the Hochschule Magdeburg-Stendal in Germany. So not so far from Berlin, actually. We have the sanitation service, which is all the logistics of collecting and transporting the excreta, and we have built and designed our own transformation center with machines to treat and transform those feces. A few words about those different modules that we're using. I mentioned the first one, awareness, and here's where I want to say a few more words about design and how we use design as a strategy, not just as a way to solve problems by designing solutions, but really as a strategy, as a mindset, as a set of attitudes. You can see here some, for example, on the left, a lady learning how to use the drill. This was one of the workshops where we actually empowered local people from the community to learn to be designers themselves. So we taught them skills like how to use a drill, how to use a hot glue gun, how do we design, how do we solve actual problems. And this was a strategy for us to actually, first of all, to create this awareness that they don't need to wait for solutions from outside, but there is many things they can already solve themselves if they learn the basic skills. But also it was a way for us to empower people, to show them that you're strong, you're creative, you know how to do things. So teaching those simple skills allows us to do those things, to empower people, to teach the skills, to actually really raise the skill level of the people we work with. But at the same time, we're also creating a community of innovators who then more easily can collaborate with us, because they're like, yeah, of course, I know what design is. I can join this discussion, this brainstorming. I can help make this work. And this is exactly what we want. We want people to join us, to collaborate with us, to become part of our solution, and therefore, of course, also more passionate to make it work. And it's more easy for them to understand what this is all about if they are part of designing with us instead of just us designing for them. I want to show you some impressions so you get an idea how this all works. You can see the Mosan toilet, which is based on those two removable containers, one for urine and one for feces. So the toilet seat itself separates the solids and the liquids. And that allows us to remove those two different containers and more easily treat and transform those materials. The toilet in the private household. You get some idea of how we transport those materials from A to B within those villages. At the moment, we have to do it all manually, as shown on the left image, but we hope in the next community that we are building, we can use those pickup trucks, as you see on the right. And here is another innovation that we've built over the last year. And here again, of course, design, industrial design is really used to build hardware, to design processes and equipment. So we use design for all different things, from strategies, as I mentioned before, to design workshops, to even, of course, designing technology. And this is the magical centerpiece of our solution, of our circular system. When the excreta is collected from the different households, we actually dry it in those small individual drying beds. We use the sun and wind, and they enter our so-called pyrolysis reactors, where we use heat to transform them via pyrolysis, which is a carbonization process, a thermochemical process. We transform them into char, into coal, basically, which is it's very rich in carbon. It's a very stable material, and it still contains a lot of nutrients that can be reused in agriculture. So from all what we eat, there's still quite a good level of nutrients. And our idea is, and that's what we are doing, to capture those in a safe and hygienic way. Those machines use degrees up to 500 degrees Celsius. So all bacteria and diseases are eliminated, but we still store nutrients that are good for agriculture in this biochar, and then can reuse this as a fertilizer. We're building right now a bigger system of that solution. and will soon also start selling this machine, because there is different projects for agricultural waste. This can be used, this machine. It could be used for other types of waste. The only limitation is how the biochar is reused. For example, if it's it should be used it should be applied to organic waste to be really an organic, natural biochar in the end, though it can be used for plastics for other products, but then it cannot be used in agriculture. Nevertheless, it's quite a fascinating technology, and we're proud that we can use that. So to finalize my short presentation about circular systems and design, I want to share this graph, which really summarizes what design means to us, from designing for people in the example of the machinery, for example, the pyrolysis reactor. That's where we team up with experts, and we are in the position of the designers to design something for people. It's often also referred to as human-centered design. We do a lot of user research, we collaborate with people, we learn from people, but then we, as our team of experts, design for them. In other circumstances, it's more a design with people, where we integrate people in our design process. That can be educational workshops, or it can be when we are designing the logistics for a new community, that we team up with people from the community to learn about which sector has the biggest needs, what do we need to expect in terms of, I don't know, weather circumstances in this community? How do we deal with the inclination in the community? So then it's more like a designing with people. People from the location become part of our design team, and we find solutions together. And then there's the most extreme type of design strategy that we're using, which is design by. That means that we provide the preparation, the skills training, the workshops for people to learn to become designers themselves. And then it's on them really to lead the design process and to develop solutions. And we as a team of experts really move back into the background. We might support with advice, we might help and coach the teams, or help afterwards to implement those solutions, but it's not us designing anymore. We barely take any design decisions. So this is a bit the spectrum of how we use design in our work, and how it has helped us over the years to work in such culturally special regions and to solve such complex challenges as the global sanitation crises. So with that, I think I want to finish, just show you 2-3 impressions here, and I think it's a good moment to hear questions and comments, maybe just so you see that there is a talented international team supporting all of what we do. And yeah, I think I want to
thank you so much.
Here.
Thank you so much, Mona.
Thank you, Lutz.
Now, questions. We have one question in the room here.
Thank you so much, Mona, for the presentation. It's really useful to also understand that it's also within Nairobi. My question is more to do with the sort of long-term vision, because I understand the immediate need is the sort of provision of a sustainable waste management system that is very practical and geared to how the different contexts work, and even within certain ranges of budgets as well. But thinking about it in a very self-sustaining way, and thinking about like further down the line how this would look like, is there a thinking towards integrating this with either other infrastructure projects in a way that now, beyond what is happening now, as you think about going to the pickup, now beyond the pickup, what will be the next sort of phase of that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So there's a lot more to talk about this project. I couldn't present you all of it. There's actually a whole business model behind this, how we are making this sustainable. And I shared with you how we are transforming the excreta into this biochar material, which is quite a nice and interesting material. It has a lot of benefits for agriculture, and it has an increasing value, especially right now where global fertilizer prices are skyrocketing, are extremely expensive. In places like Guatemala, and I think Kenya might even be similar, that a large part of the economy is focused on agriculture. Here in Guatemala, it's 80% of the whole society works in agriculture. So it's a very agricultural focused country, and all the import of fertilizers comes from China, from Russia. So there's extreme dependencies on price changes. So we see the fertilizer as the key to create a sustainable business model for this solution. So far, of course, we were depending on foundations, on support, on donations, and we still are until we reach enough communities that this can break even. But our current forecast of this fertilizer that we've developed now, and we're testing at the moment with farmers and in greenhouses, and we had a collaboration with another Swiss university, ETH, to test this fertilizer also through their lab work in Switzerland. And we see that the quality and opportunity of this fertilizer is quite big. So this is basically the big vision, to create a financially self-sustaining system that allows us to scale more agile and faster to more communities. And that it sustains itself. So there's a few strategies that we're doing at the moment. One is further developing this fertilizer. We hope that we can launch and sell the first fertilizer product in 2023. We are also now opening school toilets, since we will have to have a bigger fertilizer production. So we also want to increase the social impact, that more people can benefit from this solution, and at the same time collect more waste and make sure it doesn't go into the environment. So that's school toilets, it's event toilets, public spaces. So there's a lot of different strategies right now to grow this and to make this more sustainable in the long term. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? We're a little bit behind time, so we might have to move on. Thank you so much for joining us, Mona.
Thank you too.
We're now going to invite the second team of the pilot group up. Stephanie, let's give her an applause, of course. So we're now going to invite the second team of the pilot group up. Stephanie, Nyairo, Madita, Morgenstern-Antao, and Philipp Kohlbecher. I believe that Madita will be joining us virtually, but others are in the room, so come up to the stage, and I'll hand over to you.
So Madita is supposed to be going first, so I'm hoping that we have her on. In the meantime, I'll say, obviously, I'm Stephanie.
I'm Philipp.
Probably should have practiced.
Here we go. I think that's for the slides.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Steph. Hey, Philipp. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly.
Amazing. Hey, we are Team Technology, and my name is Madita, and I'm going to give you the first introduction to our project, Zinea. In the next few minutes, you're going to see more about our team, prototype, how we work together, obviously our product, including the focus areas and what we are planning to do as part of future collaborations. Having the three of us, our ambitious, cultural, agile, diverse team with a good skill set, we thought, how can we use this unique opportunity that we have here to address some of the biggest challenges that we see in the world? Philipp Kohlbecher, a product designer and sociologist, Stephanie Nyairo, a solution and information designer, and myself, Madita, a product designer and sustainability consultant. But before I tell you what our product is, I'd like to tell you what it was for experience with this cross-continental team working on the project that actually grew bigger and more meaningful over the month. That was a really enriching and inspiring experience for all of us. And for that, we chose technology as our enabler. Technology simplifies, it connects, and it enables the individuals. This part of enabling through technology is how we could coordinate our cross-continental work together. Technology democratizes knowledge and information and can bring people together if applied in a correct setting. That's why we decided to address the biggest problems in the field of a technological and digital solution, to see how we can rethink the approach to address the United Nations sustainability goals. For those who don't know, the United Nations came together and decided on 17 fields of actions that we have to address and to be resolved until 2030. A very ambitious goal, which can be addressed when new solutions are found. So we decided to focus on sustainability goal 1 and 2, which are no poverty and no hunger. And that led us to the field of agriculture for the small farmers. As Mona just said, it is a huge sector, not only in Kenya, but also
Okay, I'm hoping she comes back, but if not, we will continue. Go ahead. Okay, I guess we were bound to have some technical difficulties, even though this is the technology team. So to continue with what Madita was talking about, I think for us, agriculture was a topic that was close to our hearts because it is one of the biggest industries both in Germany and in Kenya. And so we decided to focus in this sector and see how we could use technology as an enabler for a solution there. I don't know what's happening over there. And we decided to focus on mushroom farming. We chose this specific industry, if you will, because mushroom farming is a method of growing food that does not require as much space as other methods of growing food. As well, it is not as susceptible to environmental conditions. It doesn't rely on rainfall. It needs very consistent and temperate conditions. It's something that can happen in an earthen mud house structure in Kenya, in a more medium-scale solution, a room like this, if you will, if the windows were blocked off, or in a basement in some high-tech space in downtown Berlin, if you so desired. So I present to you Zinnia. Zinnia is our product, and the name is derived from the Swahili word sinia. Sinia is a serving platter that families, friends, communities tend to use over mealtimes. They gather together and they eat over this central plate. This idea was central to us because we're trying to bring food to more people. Zinnia is a modular sensor kit that helps smallholder mushroom farmers monitor and control the conditions in their grow houses, and therefore to optimize their harvest. The prototype includes 3 sensors. We have a UV sensor for measuring light conditions, as having a dark space is essential to the growth of mushrooms. We have a humidity and a temperature sensor, as high humid conditions and temperatures between 15 and 25 degrees, depending on the variety, are essential for mushrooms. And then lastly, we have a CO2 sensor, as we need low CO2 conditions for optimal growth of the mushrooms. So the 3 sensors in the kit are enclosed in the frames that you can see here, and those can be attached or stacked onto the base of our kit, where we have our motherboard, and that is where the readings go into, and we submit those to a central database, and that gives our users like a historical record of the conditions in their grow house, and it helps them to better control and maintain the environment in their grow house.
Madita?
Yeah.
Hey, Madita, we're just continuing. I hope you can see where we're at. So yeah, we were fortunate enough to be able to test our prototype out in Nairobi. We went to the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, which is just outside of Nairobi. They currently run an introductory course to help and inform farmers who are new to mushroom farming on the process. They introduce them to the different implements that they need to have and different low-cost solutions that would help them to get started as quickly as possible. Whilst we were there, we were able to do a comparison of Xenia and the existing solutions that they're using right now. Obviously, running Xenia was much more time efficient, as we only had to prompt it once to get 4 different readings. Meanwhile, they had 4 different instruments that they were using currently to get the various readings that they needed. Key learnings and takeaways from the testing included like concerns on the sizing and placement. As you can see in the grow houses, they tend to have racks of shelving, either metal or wooden, which makes it difficult to place something like this on the shelving. So that was something that we needed to think through. As well, we realized that we needed to have readings from various points in the grow house. We couldn't just place the kit in one place, and so just structurally thinking about how the sensor kit could be moved around was an essential part to making sure that it functioned well. We also realized that measuring light via the UV sensor was not necessary, particularly in this context where we have these earthen mud house grow structures. There's very little light that comes in, so that's not something that they need to keep track of. Lastly, the final thing that we hadn't accounted for, which Patrick, who runs a program there, so nicely pointed out, was that it's not just enough to provide them with the readings of the grow house. We also need to inform them on how they could then change and adapt the conditions to better optimize their harvest, especially with people who are new to mushroom farming. 18 degrees Celsius might not mean anything to them. We need to advise them on how they can then change that temperature reading to the optimal temperature for their grow house.
Yes, and I will continue to explain a little bit what we did with those learning. We decided to make like a whole mushroom growing starter kit. In the center, as you can see, a sensor package, which is like firstly designed in a modular way to make it possible to upgrade it, to update it, to repair it, and just look for more longevity, sorry. And also what Steph mentioned before, putting a strap on top to just make it easier to use in the grow houses. In order for better accessibility, we also decided to make it available in 3 different ways, giving the people, depending on the different comfort zones they're wanting to also use in different contexts the sensor, giving them 3 different kinds of solutions for measuring the surroundings in the mushroom grow rooms. And there would be the full DIY version, giving the people the idea and the plans online, giving them the opportunity to build it by themselves. At the same time, we would like to offer a 3D printed version to just make decentralized production possible, and at the same time giving an just a different way of getting it instead of the full product with the we thought all around carefree package inside. With the sensor package in the starter kit comes also a handbook having all information about how to use our sensor, how the app works. I will continue explaining on the next slide. How to cultivate mushrooms, what you need to grow it, where to get it from, and how to get the perfect conditions in your own grow room. And talking about interacting with our sensor, we had a big learning actually in Eldoret, where we visited big-scale mushroom farmer actually, who just told us that his farm workers don't have smartphones, so we decided to make all the information a possible app could provide also available at a feature phone, so you get all this information our sensor provides just as a text message, so nearly anybody can use it. You don't need an app on smartphone. At the same time, you can see how we thought about our app would work. You get like in the green circle the perfect conditions for the kind of mushroom you would like to grow. At the same time, of course, the sensor is measuring the current situation in your farm or growing room, which is shown in the yellow triangle. So it shows you what values you have in humidity, CO2 level, and the temperature, and gives you at the same time warning message what should be done and what you could do to get the perfect conditions for it. In the end, talking about thinking ahead, how we want also to reach further improvement, we had a big learning that working together, especially with farmers in Germany, also in Austria, where I'm living, and especially in Kenya, working together with different key players is like the most important thing to really understand. It was mentioned before, while listening to each other or to listening to the key players, what different needs have to be met by the product and what really is needed. At the same time, to just give better access to information, and the products itself. And accessibility and easy understanding is very important. The affordability is extremely important, and in the end, I already talked about it. Community exchange and maybe a platform that will make like the big data-driven idea of sharing information and learning possible in the end to even learn more. And yes, I hope you get a good idea of good insights about our process, how we work together, and the feeling or good feeling about advantages working especially internationally across borders together can have. Thank you.
Fantastic. Do we have any questions? Yep, we have one over here. Do we have a... Perfect.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I really like what you came up with. My question is, you started with mushrooms, but could this be used for other purposes in agriculture, like growing and monitoring cucumbers, tomatoes, etc.?
It was like actually one idea to also just make it possible for people to use it like in any way of growing, just to like get to know your surroundings, like also maybe going into the direction you're able to just know what's perfect, or what plants, what vegetables you can grow in your room. That's like one direction it could also go to, but we thought about to make it just a little bit more focused and have like a real use case where we can work on. Would be better to concentrate on mushrooms and only mushrooms, because it's also how we thought like a really useful way of using technology, and also a good way making it as accessible for that cause.
Am I back in the room?
Yeah, you are.
Acoustically? Yes? Perfect. I would like to add to that something that I got cut off due to technology earlier on, which would fit exactly that. So we focused on the mushrooms mainly because it is so easy to grow nearly anywhere. So we thought this is the nicest entry-level point to encourage people as well to dive into the aspect of agriculture. Obviously, you could use a sensor for different crops as well. But as Philip mentioned, the mushroom as the starting point, as like low barrier starting, is the focus.
Can I ask a stupid question, maybe? What is the difference? In the design field, I see mushrooms being used as a material a lot, and it's often described as mycelium. What is the difference between mycelium and mushrooms? We don't know. Do we know? I'm going to have to Google this later.
I think that the brilliant part, once again, I love that most of the questions are from the part that you didn't hear me say, is that, so the mushroom as a brilliant start is as well because of that, because you can use mushroom as a material. There's even research being done at this very moment to use mushroom as an alternative for 3D printing material. So that would be a really nice cradle-to-cradle approach for a future, like version of our prototype, to use the mushroom itself to print the sensor who helps growing the mushroom.
Just maybe also, we were also more looking like in the food sector, so wasn't about packaging or mycelium. It was more about how to give opportunity to grow something to eat. So we didn't look into a mushroom itself, but the different kinds of mushrooms, the different situations or conditions different mushrooms need to grow. So I think that was just also our focus, that didn't go into that packaging, but into the food direction.
Well, mycelium is a material that can be used for many things, and it's, in ways it's like a byproduct, and I think there's so much potential in it as a sort of climate-resilient general food product, and also something more. So are there any more questions? There's one more, yeah, shall we?
It's not really a question. It's one of the benefits of being part of this team is we supported each other. So Madita at some point did explain to me that mycelium is an extract from the mushroom, and you also have the fruiting body.
Thank you. That was my essential question. Okay, do we have any questions online? No? In that case, and in the interest of time, thank you so much for sharing your project. I'm now going to introduce Lilac Osanjo of the University of Nairobi, if she's with us virtually. Absolutely.
Ciao.
Wonderful. Hi, Lilac. Feel free to go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this high-level meeting of diverse institutions and cultures. Greetings from Nairobi. I have a few minutes to just discuss design education in Kenya. And being that I am the Dean of the Faculty of Architecture and Design in the University of Nairobi, I'll just talk from my own experience and my expertise area for now. I have been in academia for over 30 years or so in design education, building curriculums, teaching diploma courses, teaching teachers, undergraduates and postgraduates right now. The University of Nairobi, which is my institution, is the oldest institution offering design, but it's one out of almost 9 universities in Kenya that offers design or design-related courses. Design-related courses are mainly in the fine arts, but they also offer a lot of fashion and textiles designs, and then our university. Out of these 9 universities, there are over 30 public universities and 30 private universities in Kenya today, operating in Kenya. And that just shows you how design is underrepresented in the education sector, especially at university level. That only 9 out of over 60 universities are training designers. And even then, very few of them are training in the full spectrum of design. Many of them are mostly in the fine arts, painting and sculpting and stuff like that. Our undergraduate program is 4 years. Out of this, we have a 2-year foundation course, 2 years in which the students are exposed to a lot of things, diverse things, from photography to print techniques to freehand drawing. They do a lot of stuff and a bit of history of art and design. And they have a feel of most of the studio courses. But the final years of the final 2 years, 3rd year and 4th year, they specialize. They specialize in 5 areas, which is graphics. So they do the graphic people, they do visual communication, photography, and they end up in advertising and the like. We also have fashion and textiles. So they do a lot of fashion and textile printing. We also have interior. Interior has been doing very well. I think it's picking up because the building industry is also picking up very much in Kenya today and across Africa. We also have product and industrial. So the product designers, they learn about jewelry, glass, plastic, and the like. And they also do some ceramics. We also have illustration. And towards the end of their 3rd year, before they get to the 4th year, the students are exposed to 3 months minimum attachment or internship. And that is now compulsory for our university. So in that 3 months, they join the industry and learn from the industry. At the end of that internship, they are expected to come back with a report. We visit them during the internship, so we see what they're doing there. Generally, the ratio of theory to practical in the university program is 40 to 60. 40 is the theory and 60 is practical. We have quite a heavy theory focus because up to recently, the university generally was training middle-level managers and entrepreneurs. So our students, our graduates are expected to be entrepreneurs and start their own enterprises. So business management, entrepreneurship, marketing form a major part of the theory that is given to them. And then they do the practicals depending on the areas of specialization. This was intentional because of job creation. I can proudly say that a lot of our alumni can be found all over Africa and in fact all over the world, and engaging in employment related to design. Many of them in the African continent are teachers in Rwanda, South Africa, Botswana, Uganda. They're teachers, but we also have consultants across Africa and across the globe. What else can I say about our university education? In recent times, the university is streamlining. It has always been streamlining, but I think education and training, especially as university level, has become very, very competitive. So, and our universities, because of the university ranking, global ranking, and all that, our university is also looking at maintaining their global presence in the university education. For this reason, there's been a lot of shifts in how we deliver our training. One of the shifts is a lot of collaborations and networks. So because we seek to provide the students with these opportunities and to make them globally competitive, we are engaged in a lot seeking collaborations and networks. And these collaborations and networks are international and local. A lot of the professional associations in Nairobi work with the universities in Kenya, work with the universities to deliver training to the students. So this training can come in the form of internship, which I've already talked about, but they also come and give lectures, and they also, especially now with the online presence, they're able to deliver lectures, critiques, and so forth. And I must say, like us, Design Kenya Society has a home in the University of Nairobi. So does IDAC. IDAC is the Interior Designers Association of Kenya. Those are our partners. We also partner with PADI, Pan-African Design Institute, which has a presence in like 14 African countries. And we are trying to push one of the agendas on the Pan-African Design Institute is to increase the content of African design in design training. We have joint degree programs, and we have we have been pursuing one or two even with Germany. Osanjo, I think that's the right pronunciation. Forgive me if I'm pronouncing that wrong, but we were looking at our joint degree programs as postgraduate, so that we can train some students this side and that side. The curriculum was already developed. A few setbacks here and there, but I'm sure the program will be up and running in the next 1 year or so. Recently, we were talking at the D School in Cape Town University and looking at the opportunities of institutionalizing design thinking within our institution as well, University of Nairobi. And that's a conversation that is ongoing. We are also looking at local, regional, and global student and staff exchanges. We've been having quite a few, especially with Europe. We've been having students going to Zurich and them coming over to Nairobi. And I'm happy to say the program is now becoming more recognized and more institutionalized, because now we are able to build capacity, and we can continue to grow the program based upon our experience. So we're looking at student and staff exchanges. Suffice to say that there have been some challenges. It hasn't been without challenges. One of the challenges is that design or art education is not one of the top 10 areas of exchanges or collaborations. When you look, and I can take from my own experience a couple of years ago, when I was looking for a DAD scholarship, and they list all the areas that they can collaborate on or they can provide sponsorship, and art and design are not one of those listed there. So the opportunities for design exchanges, design education exchanges, collaborations have been very limited. They're improving, but more can be done. I've not said this, and I didn't say this in the beginning, but I was really privileged to be a jurist at the German Design Awards, and I was in Frankfurt a couple of weeks ago doing that duty. Through that kind of exposure, I can gauge how our design training is going and the trends in design education and what more needs to be done and what challenges we are facing. So I'm an advocate for this kind of collaboration. I have been at the forefront of this kind of collaboration, and I want to say that it can work, and we need to make it work. I want to stop there and take any questions if there are any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lilac. Are there any questions? In the room, on the chat? I'm looking for a signal from the chat. Nothing yet? No questions in the room? All right. Well, thank you so much, Lilac. It was really a pleasure to hear your perspective. We are going to take a 15-minute break now and be back in what time? Well, 15 minutes from now. So I'll see you then.
this up like you always do. You want me back, but I'm through with you. You say, I'm so sorry, didn't mean to. Used to love me, tell me, girl, can we work this out? But I know nothing's changed, it's still the same. I'm so done and I'm tired of this back and forth. Now you're in my head and in my bed, telling me it's over 'cause I'm not in love. You need more than my love as I watch you walk away. But tomorrow you'll say, I'm so sorry, didn't mean to. Used to love me, tell me, girl, can we work this out? But I know nothing's changed, it's still the same. I'm so done and I'm tired of this back and forth. Back and forth. Back and forth. Same old thing. I know you won't change, but tomorrow you'll say, I'm so sorry, didn't mean to. Used to love me, tell me, girl, can we work this out? But I know nothing's changed, it's still the same. I'm so done and I'm tired of this back and forth. Back and forth. Back and forth. Back and forth. I got a heart on fire. Someone hit the alarm. A heart on fire. Lighting up after dark. I hold my breath, but it's still gonna catch. A heart on fire. Heart on fire. Lately it's been hard to feel anything kind of real. We've been lost in a maze. Different times, stranger place. Step out into the room, feeling electric blue. I just wanna dance with you. I just wanna dance with you. You got this magic kind of way. I get one look from you, my chest goes boom, 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 boom. I get one look from you, my chest goes boom, 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 boom. I got a heart on fire. Someone hit the alarm. A heart on fire. Lighting up after dark. I hold my breath, but it's still gonna catch. A heart on fire. Heart on fire. Heart on fire. Lately it's been hard to feel anything kind of real. We've been lost in a maze. Different times, stranger place. I get one look from you, my chest goes boom, 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 boom. I get one look from you, my chest goes boom, 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 boom. Step out into the room, feeling electric blue. I just wanna dance with you. I just wanna dance with you. You got this magic kind of way. When you look at me that way, step out into the room, feeling electric blue. I just wanna dance with you. I just wanna dance with you. Step out into the room, feeling electric blue. I just wanna dance with you. I just wanna dance with you. I got a heart on fire. Someone hit the alarm. A heart on fire. Lighting up after dark. I hold my breath, but it's still gonna catch. A heart on fire. Heart on fire. I got a heart on fire. Someone hit the alarm. A heart on fire. Lighting up after dark. I hold my breath, but it's still gonna catch. A heart on fire. Heart on fire. Heart on fire.
All right, we're back, physically and virtually. I'm going to now introduce Oyugi Allela and Marie Kuter of the International Committee of the Red Cross. Hello. Do start when you're ready.
Hi. Can anyone hear me? Just checking that everything's working.
Yep. We can hear you perfectly.
Cool. Thank you very much for the introduction. So let me share my screen so we can start and go in presentation mode. Okay. So hello, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting us. We're very pleased to see you. So today we'll be talking about this theme, Ideas Crossing Borders, with Allela, who is right here too. We'll go just a bit about who we are, ICRC, and also we'll focus on design thinking process and especially focus on Ideate Without Borders, and we'll have a bit of time for questions. So I'm Marie, I'm a user experience designer at ICRC, and I am here with Allela, who is also a designer. I'm based in Geneva, and Allela is based in Nairobi. A few words about the ICRC. I'm sure everyone has heard about it, but we are an organization. We work a lot with people affected by conflict. So our job is really to help them and to assist them, people affected by conflict, but also by any type of crisis. So that's why we are often the first and the last to be in conflict areas. Something that's interesting about who we help is that it's not about one profile or one person. It's really more about the context they're in. And we've seen that with the Russian and Ukrainian crisis, recent war. So anyone can become affected by violence or by conflict. So people we help include migrants, families of missing persons, but also internally displaced persons who can then become detainees or retainees. We operate under some fundamental principles, and of course this also drives the way that we design products at ICRC. So you can see these fundamental principles here, and the ones that especially drive our design methodology are humanity, impartiality, and universality. And also we are driven by this concept, this humanitarian concept of do not harm approach. At ICRC, in our team, we mostly follow the design thinking approach. So I'm sure you've heard about this, and probably others will or have already covered that today. So between empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test, we really have this virtuous circle process. And today, because this is the theme of this presentation, we're mostly going to focus on the ideate stage, and especially show you how we ideate without borders. And on that, I'll hand the mic to Allela.
Thank you very much, Marie. Thank you very much for listening in to us. As Marie has mentioned, our focus will be on the ideation phase, where we largely brainstorm all possible ideas with our métiers and users. Next slide, Marie. And our focus is to work with the teams that exist within ICRC and not necessarily work without them. So bringing them into this particular process of trying to unpack user needs through the user needs, like trying to develop solutions of the identified user needs. And a call to ideation, next slide. Next slide. Okay. A call to ideation is using the methodology highlighted earlier, often starts with the how might we statement that turns problem or say defined insights into actionable design opportunities. And within the humanitarian space, a call to ideation often results to ideas that have real impact on people and the situations where emergencies occur. So to this particular end, we acknowledge that as we designers, who we work with, the outcomes of the interactions that we have a huge influence on individual lives. With us, while reviewing our perspective on the ideation process, the possibility of getting the ideas across borders is in line with how we explore the ideation phase, how we actually, the parts that we use to think about solutions, and lastly, the kind of people that we bring into a space of collaboration, or maybe a space of teamwork. And thus, next slide. Thus, we largely say ideate without borders, and next slide. And the design team that exists within ICRC is a mix of international teams, both in Geneva and Nairobi. You've met Mari, who sits in Geneva, and I sit in Nairobi. There's a number of team members that are within the two locations, and we seek to capture headquarters, which is the ICRC headquarters is based in Geneva, and field perspectives on a myriad of issues. So basically, as designers with different design backgrounds, based on our different locations, we're able to bridge the gap that exists between, say, headquarters, any gap that exists between headquarters and field sites. So field sites for ICRCs anywhere outside Geneva. And the team based in Nairobi is able to absorb and funnel these ideas to headquarters and work in tandem with the team in Geneva to align the user goals, share user ideas, and users' desires and ideas towards solving their lived experience. So basically what's happening within ICRC right now is ideas are not developed in headquarters and then expected to be funneled down into the field sites to be implemented, but rather what is the field saying? And then there's a design team in Nairobi and a design team in ICRC that is working collectively to ascertain that the user's needs are actually heard and whatever is being developed is from their perspectives. And next slide. And thus we use design thinking. We thus use design thinking and its methodology. However nuanced it is in ICRC to push for multidisciplinary approach to understanding and communicating with potential users or departments or métiers within ICRC and positioning these particular voices and ideas at the center of development of the ICRC humanitarian ecosystem. To this end, we largely encourage cross-departmental workshops with facilitation exercises to think and build together. So we largely work with the users. I think that has been an emphasis of what I've been speaking to so far. And as design experts, we have expertise and tools that allow us to unpack user needs, unpack user ideas, and the beauty of bringing different people together is allowing them to see different perspectives around the same idea, the same problem space, and also allowing them to see different ideas, develop different ideas in which a particular problem can be solved. But you will only understand the perspective from one place if you're able to come to a meeting that is facilitated designally by a group of experts from our team. So largely at ICRC, I'd say maybe prior to our existence, was teams working in different silos. Like you never get to know what, say, the Amman delegation or Nairobi delegation is up to within a particular space. But right now, as experienced designers, we're able to pull all those who have a shared need, allowing them to come together to then ideate on possible solutions. However, in being invited as co-designers in the ideation process, we sort of like are aware of the need to emphasize that ideation does not necessarily mean that the solution will be adopted or implemented. This is because considering the situations that we exist for, people have needs on a day-to-day basis. If we are to bring them into an ideation phase, all these particular ideas that are developed in a brainstorming session have to get measured at a later stage to see if their viability, feasibility, even if they're highly desirable. And this is in a way, a manner in which you actually honestly set expectations that yes, you come in, we ideate together, but it doesn't necessarily mean that from that particular meeting or the first initial ideation session, that idea will proceed into being implemented. It has to go through the other design thinking processes in which it is evaluated before, say, it is implemented. And next slide. And often at time, we have to acknowledge that as an experienced design team, we cannot be everywhere. And the circumstances, considering the COVID pandemic, made that certain that we can also not be everywhere. And across the borders that we exist, that's like in different countries in the world, you cannot always travel just to have, say, an ideation session, or you cannot constantly travel for say, even just user research. In some extent, you have to move towards tech-enabled virtual collaboration, and thus we leverage the use of online tools, in particular Mural, to collaborate and co-design. And despite not having face-to-face interaction with some of our users, which I must say are like, we have like 15,000 plus users, but often at times it's based on different groups, but they are part of that huge pool of users, potential users for whichever system is to be deployed or used. So online collaboration has sort of like proven practical and cost-effective than having teams of participants or having designers traveling for a session or repetitive travel during the idea iteration or idea generation. So what I could say is if virtual collaboration is applied correctly, it helps unite co-workers from different office locations and enables collaboration. So some of our ideation sessions often happen on Mural, and what we have to sustain is not with the settings that we exist in, not everyone knows how to use this particular tool. And we as designers have to thus be flexible and have adaptive mindsets to support our co-designers. So train them on how to use some of the online collaboration tools. And this in itself allows some level of comfort and openness in knowing that I've been called upon to speak my mind, share my ideas, but also I've been called upon to use this new tool that allows me to connect with the field design team, at the same time connect with the teams in Geneva that are listening to you in wherever you are, whichever position you are. So within the online collaboration tool, which largely is Mural, we tend to have exercises that range from using crazy aids for ideation all the way to brain writing. And so far, it's been a success. A number of projects that we have done over the past 2 years have largely utilized Mural, and COVID has been like pushed us to that direction, and to even knowing that that is a way that we could actually have so much success in reaching out to the many users that exist within ICRC. And to that end, I was just using the 3 to let you know our thought process, what some of the considerations we have as we go through the ideation process. And I'll just now give Marie back the mic for any questions that might come our way. Thank you.
Thank you, Allela. Thank you. Ready to take any question from the chat or from the audience in Berlin?
I'm here, I'm looking. Do we have any questions? On the chat? No questions on the chat? No questions in the room? I have a quick question for you, which is about the ideation process. This is extremely interesting to me to see this, because this is a really sort of behind-the-scenes look. Like, from your experience, how adaptable or flexible, how much have you had to make this process adapt to all sorts of challenging situations, I can imagine?
Yeah, and I guess you were talking about COVID also, maybe, recent adaptations. So yeah, I think everyone has had to adapt to that. I think what's interesting is that those online collaborative tools were here before COVID, and we were using Miro or Mural, which I'm sure you've heard about. But it's true that COVID made the borders even more closed, so it was even harder to go through the borders. And I'm talking about, of course, physical borders, geographical borders, like how to travel to meet the others. But somehow it also made us all kind of focused on ourselves, on our teams, on our silos, and made it even harder to go out there. So I think those tools have really helped us adapt, and it's really been super interesting to see how teams who were very used to working together physically in the same space actually took these tools and projected into them and used them their own way. So I think everyone had to adapt, but especially for international organizations, it's something that we kind of always had, but not to that extent. Like it's really boomed during COVID, I guess, from my side. But I hope it stays on. And as Allela was mentioning, even if it's really been developing recently, we still shouldn't assume that everyone is comfortable with those tools. So it's also about making sure that everyone has a safe space to share ideas. And sometimes it means also having asynchronous alternative ways to communicate and to share ideas. And it can be as simple as just emails or a phone call to make sure we include everyone in the ideation process.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point. Sorry.
No, I don't know. I was just asking Allela if you want to add or compliment.
No. You answered just right. Thank you.
Wonderful. Are there any questions in the room as a final chance? No? Well, I'll thank you both very much for joining us. Really a pleasure to hear you talk. And I'm going to introduce now Kyesubire. Oh, yeah, I've got to applaud. I'm on some sort of frantic timeline here, and I completely forget. Thank you. I'm now going to introduce Kyesubire Greigg of Design Kenya Society, who will also be joining us virtually. Thank you, Maria and Allela. Hi, Kyesubire. Can you hear me? Feel free to kick off when you're ready.
Absolutely. Let me just put up my slide. So good evening from Nairobi. It's a pleasure to be here. We had actually hoped to be there in person, but hey, life happens. And I'm representing Design Kenya Society. Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
Feel free to get going when you're ready.
All right. One moment. So what I wanted to do this evening is to have a conversation around design and intercultural work. And why that is important? Why that is important is because we completely have to be sure that what we are saying is what we know. And very many times when we get into intercultural work, the reality is that we're from two different places. So the definition that we're working with for intercultural work is working with people from a different background from yours, okay? So it could be different background in terms of work, it could be your country, it could be your cultural community, it could be your locality. It could really be people with a completely different background from what you know. So for instance, in Kenya, we have 42 tribes. So every different tribe has a different cultural system, so the interconnection will be different. And there's a reason I say that many times when we think of intercultural work, we're assuming that it is from different countries. So if I put these houses on the screen, they mean different things to different people. There are people who, without the key on my right, probably or left on the screen, without that key, they don't feel safe. There are others without a lawn, they don't feel comfortable. But the top right corner is homestead art in Zimbabwe. Now, many of us would think that's not cool. How did that work? Even I never used to think it was cool until much later. When you look at this, when you look at jewelry, what stands out, what resonates and why? You could find that some of us like the simplicity of a pearl, but for some of us who are African, it resonates with color. And then you get into a conversation where somebody just doesn't get you. And I'll give an example. I was facilitating a training last week, and we were talking about some cultural stuff. So in one community in Kenya, when you're an in-law, they do not speak your name out loud, but they'll call you shemeji, which is the quote-unquote respectful term for somebody as an in-law. For another set of community, whether or not you're an in-law, they speak to you referenced in terms of your name. So you'll be Mrs. So-and-so, so-and-so's mother. So when these two communities, some of them got married, one kept being called shemeji, and she felt like it was disrespectful and distancing. The other community thought it was a mark of respect. So right there in the midst of the two Kenyan girls who are interacting as sisters-in-law in a very small setting. So right in that space, intercultural communication, intercultural work comes into play. Why is that important? This is another presentation. A couple of years ago, somebody tried to convince me that straight hair is professional. And my hair is actually it's a scraggly look. And I asked them, but this is my cultural look. Why is it unprofessional? And the person did not have an explanation. So when you think about intercultural work, you have to think about where is the other person coming from? What resonates with them where they come from? Where are you coming from? What resonates with you? And how do you build a central gap? I will use this project as an example as I talk about the benefits. When the German team came to Kenya last year in October, so in Kenya, we have very digital money. We all carry our money on our phones. We barely ever have cash in our hands or in our wallets. Like I very often have an empty wallet. My wallet has my cards. But the German team are very, they have cash in their pocket. So you'll get into a public vehicle and now it's so easy. I just open my phone, open the money payment app, give it to the bus conductor. He puts in the number, I pay. And it was interesting to hear the conversations around, why don't you guys carry money? Our question is, why do you? And then come and sit in the middle, and it is simply a function of where we are from and how we live. So the benefits of working interculturally, not just within our home countries, but abroad, is that it opens us to new experiences. The very first time I had a cup of espresso, okay, I didn't finish it because it was too strong, but it was round a conversation of that is the true taste of coffee. Where I come from, our common drink was tea in my family, right? So sitting down and understanding from this particular person, why is coffee so much better than tea? And then we had this debate back and forth. And at the end of it, we kind of had different reasons for why we stayed with our favorite drinks, but our mind views were bigger. The hallmark of intercultural work, the hallmark of intercultural cooperation is the expansion of our worldviews. I know in the current world we live in, and I'll use the very current examples, we have, as Kenyans, hosted refugees for many years. It doesn't mean we understand them any better than we did before unless we choose to understand them. But when you sit with the refugee communities and you watch the different documentaries about refugee communities across the world, they may come from different cultural places, but when they enter a new community, it is a struggle to integrate. So the question I always like to ask designers is, how are we able to become the agents of transformation by drawing people into common conversations where we can get greater sensitivity? So in our traditional African concepts, we lived in round hats, okay? And at the advent of colonialism is when the concept of square hats came. Now, the reason for the round hat was we cooked within the house. So with a round hat, and there's a space at the top of the hat, there's a hole in the center of the building, that is where all the smoke would rise and leave. But if you built a square house, you would have smoke going and sitting in corners. And I remember my grandmother's house, she still kept her kitchen not completely round, but the corners inside were rounded. Why was that important? Because it is what was useful for her in that time. Of course, by the time I was going to her house, they had a nice brick square house based on the experiences. But for me, to sit and ask those questions completely expanded my mind first, but secondly, when my peers began laughing at this concept, I could now explain them to them and they could understand their own grandparents better. So when we sit together as a people and we actually have candid conversations about where we are coming from, what we know, what is our worldview, and I'm sure if we sat with each of these teams presenting, they will share how their own worldviews have changed. We will find that the net effect is a warmer, happier community. Net effect. And if you ask me, from where we sit as designers, our role, and as a communicator myself, our role is to be the enablers of community transformation. Why? Somebody must bite the bullet and start the journey. Somebody else must chart the path. Somebody else must design the shifts in not just culture, but processes that will facilitate collaboration. And the end game of intercultural work is one community. Let's be honest that we are so diametrically different that unless we communally and collectively come and choose to sit one with another where we are equals sitting at a table, right? Equals sitting at a table having a conversation, we will grow. The one thing I know that we benefited as DKS from this project is the expansion of opportunities and the expansion of the realities that we as a community of designers owe the world something, simply because we have sat together and we walked this 12-month journey. So I'll quickly do this. The acceptance cycle is what I call it. And I start at the top with pause. So I'll meet Julia and I will understand she's different from me. Instead of saying, oh my God, I can't deal with it, let me pause and take a deep breath and figure out what in this ecosystem is confusing me, and then ask, why do you do things like this? And as I ask, I listen, not to respond to her, but to understand. So she explains that it comes from the history, and this is why we do it, and this is where we came from. And as I listen to understand, we build a bridge together. That bridge becomes the foundation of a new product or a new thought process that we can jointly review and restart the process. One of the things about the acceptance cycle is that it is ongoing, never ending, because every person you meet has a different background. Even if you met two siblings, they're different from one another. So when we talk about design, when we talk about communication, we talk about living as a community, it is important for us to accept and understand we are culturally different, but our diversity becomes the foundation from which we can build. And from that diversity, we will feel less threatened. I know many times when we have an avalanche of new people in our community, we feel like the essence of who we are is being robbed and threatened. I would like to challenge us to see it as an opportunity to grow and expand as a people. So that would be the end of what I have to say, because I would like us to see ourselves as a blank slate. Blank slate for what? For conversation, for innovation, for replications of the things that are working, and diversification of the things that we are able to identify more than one use. At the end of the day, what you know and what I know, when we combine them, becomes a formidable source of growth and transformation. Thank you very much, and I will take any questions that there are.
Thank you, Kyesubire. Are there any questions in the room or online? Nothing right now? I think it was a very important point or series of points to raise, Kyesubire. And from your experience, this when it comes to the creative fields, is that an easier space to find synergies, or is it a more challenging space?
I think in a sense it's equally challenging because creatives take positions. This is mine. I'm an interior designer and I think like this and I build like this. So when we pick positions, it's very difficult to let go, but also it takes a little bit longer to change because I have to go through my complete ideation, prototyping, testing process. But I think it is equally difficult because if you find somebody who is structured in terms of office operations and a creative, they work in the same way. So I think it's equal. I don't think either side is more. Just based from my experience working in corporate, working in the SME space, and then working in the creative space.
And from your perspective, what role does design education play in hindering or helping these kind of allegiances? Because as you're touching upon, I kind of feel that, also from my experience, one thing that you're taught in creative field education is ego. Excuse me. You're taught ego. And I wonder if you have any reflections on that point, if you agree.
Design education has to shift for it to be effective, and I'll explain why. Very many times we're taught these are the principles that we must live by, but many of us are not taught to disrupt. And design is, by design, supposed to be disruptive. It's supposed to answer the community problems. It's supposed to resolve in ways that are effective and efficient. But the touching of ego, my design is tied to my thought process, which is tied to how I am perceived. Therefore, I must position myself X. So if somebody comes up and says, but your design doesn't rate because, I take it as a blight against me and not against my work, or just the fact that somebody has an alternative position. So when you have, and unfortunately, very many of us in the design field have very strong egos. When you have two people with absolutely diametrically different positions and super strong egos, then we limit the place of collaboration. So design education needs to unpack the whole psychology side of it. It's okay to be effective at my field, but how do we bring in the soft skills of collaboration, communication, empathy, not just of the people we're serving, but one to another? And how does that become a living pattern for all of us?
It's a big challenge, potentially. But I'm just going to ask if there's any more questions in the room. And if not, which doesn't look like there is, I'll say thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you join us. And I'm now going to... We should have another applause. I keep forgetting the applause. And now the third team of the pilot group. Betty Muima, Julita Afande, William Otuke, and Hannah Weirich. If you'd like to come to the stage. And off you go when you're ready.
Hey everyone. Hello. Energy. Okay, so as I'm Julita, first of all, hi again. As the first team and second team already shared much about the experience that we had interacting, we are gonna dive right into our project. So we created Flexi Space, which was exploring homelessness and unaffordable housing. Our team is quite mixed, and we think the combination of how we came together somehow managed to create the perfect collaboration for this kind of wicked challenge that we were trying to solve. We have Betty, who unfortunately isn't here, but she sent her regards as a service designer, Hannah as a product designer, myself as an impact designer, and William as a graduate architect. When we look at the context of the field we were exploring, we learned something is going wrong. I don't think this is the correct presentation, but I'm gonna make it work. I'm gonna try and make it work. When we look at the context of the field we were working in, already ICRC have talked about how homelessness occurs. You have the refugees, there's wars, political disasters, natural and environmental disasters. We also have unsafe spaces in your own home where it could be disabilities, abuse, and internal displaced persons. We did a lot of reading in all of those three areas. One of the first learnings that we found was when you look at crossing borders as being a homelessness choice, there's a lot of sensitivity and awareness that needs to come in, which makes the challenge a lot grander than we felt we could address at the time. So we focused down on something that we felt would be feasible, viable, and desirable product or service that could happen sooner. Looking at 2022, we've already seen with the Ukraine situation, the flooding in Nigeria, that homelessness happens as soon as you walk out of your house and you can't go back and you have nowhere else to go. We went through an intense process of first speaking to experts. I'm so sorry that this is misguiding you. It's the wrong presentation, so focus here. We spoke to a lot of experts, which also helped us understand where to begin when interacting with the whole space of homelessness. Then we narrowed our scope from that, then spoke to users of our potential product or the homeless persons, both in Kenya and in Frankfurt, and then we created low-fidelity prototypes. We're gonna need that other presentation. We then boiled down to we narrowed down our focus to saying, how might we create an instant home for the homeless persons?
So yeah, following, thank you, Juli. So following from what Juli was mentioning and, just going through our research process and essentially who we actually looked at, so both in Frankfurt and in Kenya. So there's a group that we looked at in Germany. There's a Marburg sort of society. So the city of Marburg, and essentially they had, the municipality would offer, housing for homeless people. So around 26 rooms, or it's a 26-room house. Now, unfortunately, with this house, the homeless people could only stay for a specific number of days before they had to be, moved out. And this then led to them, looking at the concept of Winzidorf. So it's kind of like a small house prototype where, the homeless people now actually have a space that they can actually potentially stay a bit more permanently. And then again, with that, there's actually a quote which I don't think is in the presentation. So there was a different quote to the ones that are here now. But essentially what the quote was saying is, so for homeless people, if they don't have an actual physical address, then they actually don't feel part of the society, which Hannah will explain a bit later on. And then looking at Kenya as well. Right, so looking at Kenya, there's that image on the top left, which is, it's a school in Kibera, in Nairobi, which is, one of the areas that actually, so it's a slum area, so a lot of, low-income individuals and persons actually live within this area. And so one of the most interesting bits about this particular project that you're seeing is it was essentially made from, it was initially a pavilion space in Louisiana. And the idea behind it was using recycled scaffolding from construction to actually build this particular structure. And, you know, something poetic about it, which also ties into our, you know, ideas crossing borders, is instead of destroying the structure, which was essentially in Louisiana, set up in Louisiana, it was then shipped to Kenya. And essentially what happened is, so they turned it into a school, which then empowers the local persons that live within that area. And, you know, that's kind of like another idea, so from Winzidorf, and then, you know, this particular idea, you know, how these particular ideas can actually be used within specific locations to, you know, do good to specific places. So we did speak to a couple of, you know, hold on. Yeah, so I think I'll pass it on to Hannah, who can take the rest.
So besides speaking to a couple of experts, we also spoke to people who actually live on the street. And we did so in Nairobi and in Frankfurt, for example. And before doing that, before doing our interviews, we came up with some questions that we wanted to ask. So some of them were, for example, where do you stay at night, or where do you stay during the day? What do you consider home? Then what is your most important possession, or what do you carry with you on a daily basis? Or, for example, what they might need the most right now. So with those questions, we basically wanted to know what their actual need is, because we don't really know, and that was the best way to find out, to actually talk to people. So, yeah, right now I invite you to maybe have a look at our website. We put the QR code there, and also, yeah, it's called flexispace.info. There you can read all our interviews in depth. They are all on there. So if you're interested and have time later, you can have a look. I think they're quite interesting to read and also quite fun to read. Yeah, so there you can get an idea. You can also see some photos, how the life on the street in Nairobi also or in Frankfurt is. And actually, during those interviews, we came across some totally new information to us. For example, a woman in Frankfurt told us about the missing option to get her post delivered to her, or to get her documents, for example. So before there was this option, if you live at a homeless shelter, that you can get post sent to you or documents. But now that like the government removed those options, and so in Germany, for example, if the government is able to help you find a job and also provides you with money if you're homeless, but for that you have to cooperate. And if you can't really get your documents, or you are not able to answer quickly, it's just hard to get help, even if there's the possibility to get help, but sometimes that's quite hard to actually reach those people. So to summarize, of course, there are very different realities in Nairobi and also in Frankfurt for people who live on the street. For example, in Nairobi, there are so much more children who are actually living on the street compared to Frankfurt. And that's why, like in Kenya, the average age is 20. For Germany, it's 40. So you can see even that's a big difference. As well, in Germany, you might get help from the state, but in Kenya, that's often not that easy. So, yeah, you can see there are a lot of differences, but yeah, we found out that still people, they have similar needs at the end. So there's a common ground to start developing different ideas, and that's what we did. So more of what we learned you can also see when we explain our concepts that we came up with.
So one of the concepts we were looking at, and this also follows from, the quote that I mentioned, where, homeless people who don't actually have an address, they don't feel part of the society. So would be this locker system, which essentially would be, sort of like their address or something that they actually own, and where they can actually keep their personal belongings. And, as mentioned with the interviews that we conducted, a lot of these homeless people, they usually just carried all these things with them, which then again, they were placing themselves at risk of actually losing or potentially losing their belongings, due to either other particular issues or basically just being moved out of particular areas. So this was one of the ideas, and I think I'll move on to the next one. Yep. Okay.
Unfortunately, you don't have visuals for the next part, and I know this might be throwing you a little bit off. We'll just try and make it work. Before coming up with the next two solutions, another thing that we learned was in Germany, fortunately, or at the very least, most of the homeless persons will have a sleeping bag that does get stolen often. And an interesting weird fact that we learned is a lot of them get attacked by drunk people. So that's one of the reasons the locker system came up. And another innovation that we co-created called a bag pod, which is not in this wrong presentation. So hopefully at the end of this, we'll find a way to put it up and you can look at what that looks like. The bag pod was an extendable backpack. Here go my descriptive skills. It's an extendable backpack that has that there's a musical instrument that you play like this, the way it has the thingy, the accordion, that one. So the backpack looks like it has an accordion, but the value of that is that it becomes extendable enough to have your sleeping bag in it and also can be used as a sleeping bag. Has another compartment in the back to store their necessities, and has features like being flexible and foldable into backpack sizes. It has different compartments. It has its carry-on straps for being easy to use. I really wish you could see the sketch, but it also has a security code, so if you do leave it somewhere alone, you're the only one with the digits to unlock it. A color-coded system for extra security. Anti-theft polyester, which we did find an actual material. What? Oh. There it is. That's what I was trying to describe. Oh, okay, there it is. Yeah, it has an anti-theft polyester extender and hard panel which is breathable. It also has a tenting anti-theft and heat-insulated sheet for colder months with a solar-powered and chargeable outlet. As we did learn, some of the homeless persons do get access to mobile phones.
So this idea is also tied to the sleeping pod Uli just talked about. So we were thinking about a women's safety kit, which would, of course, be targeted to women and provide safety and hygienic products. And yeah, it would be just basically a collection of different products that you in a small bag that you could give out to homeless people. And it, of course, can be used for as a woman as well as men, But during our interviews, it was mentioned that a lot of women who are living on the streets are at higher risk in general. So, and often they actually seek safety from men. So, and another big factor for our idea for this one is sexual reproductive health as well. So, yeah, and the next slide, yeah, you can see already existing hygienic kits. But yeah, those mainly focus on the hygiene part, and we were thinking about also considering the safety as well. So those were some ideas who might we cooperate with as well.
We looked at the sustainability of producing what we've just shared, and we came up with a buy one, get one model, where the cost of the production would be addressed by selling a campus version of the pod and for digital nomads. We also looked at this as an opportunity for employment, where like the mobility team created with a chair, we recognize that craftsmanship is a great bridge between skills, bridge between skills and employment. So if we could teach some of the homeless persons, those who'd be willing to get on board, how to create the bags themselves, then it becomes a sustainable system and integrates them further back into society by getting their own incomes. That's it.
Fantastic, thank you. And sorry about the issue with the presentation, but it'll be online so that everyone can see it in detail later. Questions? Gotta be a question. Any online? No? There's something very, very practically oriented design contextual about what you're doing. No, there's something there's a real tangibility to these proposals, and I wonder, in particular, with the idea of homelessness and security. Like, do you think is that an issue that you see that's getting worse from your experience, or is it something that can be solved? Because there's always the system, and then there's the object now, and I wonder how you position your proposal against that.
From personal experience, great opportunity to say this, because having been here and also living in Kenya, one of the things we see is that this isn't something that's going to change. As long as it's a public space, it's free for use. And security is not only, lack of security is not only the homeless persons who have, it's everybody doesn't have that security. And because unfortunately for them, they're in an open space, that's not going to get lower. And with the increasing aggression or need for income, even with housed people, it's until there's a point where we're all just earning enough for ourselves, security is always going to be a challenge. And that's why we thought an immediate, for now, solution as we try and help them transition off the street would be a clearer or more better way to solve the issue.
I think there's something also slightly subversive about it, because, one of the issues that I know is a case in the Netherlands, for example, is large major companies such as Google or Facebook having a small letterbox in a tower for tax evasion purposes, And I see a subversion of that system within the lockers, but it's giving something, it's giving space, it's giving an address, it's giving a sort of position within society. Do you think that this is something that can be applied anywhere, or do you think it still has some sort of site specificity?
I mean, I think with that question, that leads us to now our next phase of the project, which is at least to try and prototype some of these ideas, just to test and see, how feasible they would be within specific areas. Because, there would be slight challenges with, getting some sort of some form of approvals of, can we actually have these, the lockers, can we have these lockers in specific spaces, or would they be allowed, in other areas as well? So, yeah.
Just to add to that, we also discussed some of the support that creating these systems would be. In Kenya, the utilizations of public spaces is still very minimal. So that would be better public spaces, public toilets, and then both for Kenya and Germany, public showers, well-managed spaces, perhaps to grow their own food, as we kept thinking about the idea, accessibility to jobs, job interviews and jobs, maybe creating systems that would allow them to go in and not be judged on criteria of how you look or some of the undignifying reasons people don't get jobs, and also renewed policy-driven support, because this is a challenge that's not only between Kenya and Germany, it's a global issue that needs to be looked deeper into. And before I end, I wanted to say our little quote that we kept telling ourselves as a team, which was, we want to change it from homelessness to future homed, because the first step is, how do we dignify them as people? How do we give them that sense of pride to also come up in society?
Thank you so much. Is there any question? Final chance. There's one here.
Can you hear me?
Use the mic if you can.
You were fast. Hi, my name is Lars. I'm an architect as well, and that's why I like your approach of the idea of creating a home without a home. Because if you look at crisis criteria of people that lose their homes, there are steps from a tent to a temporary home to a cheap home to a real home. And you can't just, design the whole ladder. But usually just the tent is not enough. What you're basically proposing, and I think it's very interesting, it's the solutions together. In a way, you're proposing exactly what you said in the end. To have a locker means to have an address and have safe space for the things that are valuable. That's very important. To have an address is very important. If you don't have an address, it doesn't matter where in the world, you don't exist. You're not bankable, you don't exist. If a locker could be an address, that is very interesting. If you have a possible shower that you use with other people, you can dress up, for a job interview, which otherwise you can't do. So you have the address, you have a shower, you have maybe a couple of other things. Maybe there's a space for, I'll lend a suit because I'm going into an interview. Anything that brings you back to society into the, so to say, normal ways of doing. I think you're onto something. It's in my view, it's not the locker, but because the locker exists as a design. The sleeping bag kind of exists as a design. It would be very hard to come up with something that is better than all the rest that people had designed for centuries. It's more the theme of giving you a home without, it's like an exploded home with the main things that are important to get you a job or to get you off the street, and that creates in its entirety a home for many people. That, I think, that's an idea I haven't heard or seen before. I think that's really something. I applaud you. I don't have a question. It's just that's what I see in it, and I think it's brilliant.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Let's have one more round of applause. All right, okay, we're going to now have Kimia Amir-Moazami and Abigail Hoover of the World Design Organization's Young Designer Circle come up. One or two? One?
No,
oh.
I will be here in person. And
we have a virtual, excellent, okay.
Oh, yeah.
So, please begin when you're ready.
Yeah, so hi, my name is Kimia, and here you can see Abigail.
Hi, I hope you all can hear me. My name's Abigail. Thank you so much for having us. I'm very honored to be able to present even virtually. So like Kimia mentioned, I am from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and I actually moved to London about 3 months ago. That's currently where I am right now. But I grew up in Edmonton my entire life. That's where I studied industrial design. And something about the city that people don't really know is it's one of the most northern cities in the world. Last week, we actually dropped below minus 25 degrees Celsius. And so I can say I'm not envious of the weather they are currently experiencing. But I moved to London 3 months ago to begin my master's in global innovation design with the Royal College of Arts and Imperial College London, where my focus has been utilizing outer space technology to forward social sustainable development on Earth.
Yeah, and my name is Kimia. I come from Berlin, the city that we are located right now, a place which is known for its cultural diversity and also the people, and also known for being a little bit rough on the edges, of course, depending on the perspective you're looking at it. My focus in design is on speculative design, design research, and product design. And yeah, at the moment I'm working together with a chemist. I'm really fascinated about interdisciplinary work, so I'm happy to be able to do that. And I met Abigail through a project where we both working in and on together, the Young Designer Circle, and Abigail will now tell you a little bit more what this is.
Thank you, Kimia. So as she mentioned, we met in June of this year and the reason why we provided such a deep context as to who we are and where we were from is the YDC is an international collective of young designers from countries across the world with the mission to build, engage, and leverage global interdisciplinary networks to in turn empower designers and their communities towards sustainable action. And so the cohorts begun in 2020, and we are actually the second in the series. And over the course of the next 2 years, we will work towards initiatives that target sustainability. The group originally stemmed from this question of what is possible when you gather a collective of young, inspired, and driven multidisciplinary designers and ask them to reflect on global design practices, policies, but also question our own perspectives that in turn can be adapted and utilized through our local networks and communities. And so this perspective of thinking globally and acting locally will have each of our projects forward a United Nations Sustainable Development Goal or target and strive to facilitate tangible responses towards these wicked problems. And so hopefully by the end, the YDC can become this platform that will transfer knowledge and sharing of these perspectives within our own communities. We currently have 4 projects on the go that were created in collaboration with the expertise of the World Design Organization and the driven passions of our cohort. I have the pleasure of leading one of our projects titled Legacy, which stands as more of an internal reflection in understanding the dynamics of a team with this composition. We are obviously globally based. We are also volunteer based. And so what is it really our voice? What are our strengths and our weaknesses? And how can we facilitate a platform that's not only successful and long lasting for our YDC participants, but can be grown, shared, and leveraged by designers and others of all ages? And our largest project within the YDC is the Not There Yet Global Conversation series, to which Kimia is our primary lead, and I will pass it to her to explain further.
Thank you, Abigail. Yeah, so Not There Yet is the title of this Global Conversation series. And what is special about this conversation series is that we really want to bring young voices to big conferences, to big design events, like we had the pleasure to do that here as well, but that's not the normal case. Often young voices are not heard, so we want to have speakers in the conversations under the age of 40 and as young as 6 years old. And with this Global Conversation series, we will visit 7 locations of all over the world in the next 2 years. We already had our first stop in Seattle in September, and I want to point out that we will be in Berlin in the beginning of next year doing the Berlin Design Week, and I hope to see maybe some of you there again. And we will end up the series in Santiago, Tijuana in 2024, when there is the World Design Organization's World Design Capital. And this conversation series is not only about having conversations in those events, but also facilitating workshops in K-12 local schools, so to have the possibility to speak to even younger voices. And also we want to collect research. For that, we will go to local markets at each location because we as a group thought a market as a place where everyday life is happening, so we can meet also people from other areas, not just focusing on design. And we will have workshops with local craftsmen, also a topic that came up here often. And the goal for us is to collect personal stories related to the UN SDGs 10, reduce inequalities, and 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. So these are really huge topics, and what we try to do with our conversations in the Young Design Circle, but also the research that we will collect, we want to bring those huge topics to a more personal level and see how people in their everyday life deal with topics related to those huge targets. And then try to understand where design can play a role and change something on a smaller scale level. That's also how we started working on this series. We asked ourselves in the Young Designers group, what does peace mean to you? Something that can mean very different things depending on the situation that you're in right now. And that's also something that we would like to ask you now, to think for a moment, what is your first association? And we will give you 10 seconds for that.
Okay, I gave them a little bit more time, Kimia, but I think hopefully that allowed you to have a little bit of a personal reflection on what the idea of peace means to you. And what the YDC discovered when we initially asked this question was the dramatic variances the term had in reference to each of our own cultures, but also to each of us individually. And as we worked through the construction of the Not There Yet conversation series, it was something that we recognized early on that had to be continuously being challenged and evolved by every member, but also individually as well. And so we've all had these quite, I think, expansive growths with our connection to peace. And Kimia, I think you actually had a very interesting journey.
So when we started this conversation, it was not initiated by me, where someone in the group bring up this topic of, or this target of peace. And I reacted quite strongly to it because it was right in the beginning of the Russian war against the Ukraine. And therefore peace was, for me, immediately connected to this topic. And I felt really weird to discuss what design can actually do for peace, because it felt just way too big. And there are professional people who are working towards achieving peace, and what can we as designers do? But through this conversation in the group, there were people present from all over the world, and they had super different experiences and associations with this topic. So there was another member from South America bringing in a community-based project where they were working with design tools to create environments where conversations can happen in a nice way, which is also on a community level working towards a peaceful environment. So this helped me to not be super focused on only this one topic, which was happening in my context or in the news and all over the place, but going into different perspectives with even those maybe critical topics like peace.
And something you mentioned that I think also resonated for myself as well was that almost productive challenging of a cross-border perspectives. And coming from Canada at the time, because that's where I was living, it's a location obviously quite separate from Europe. And so I think reflecting on it now, it was almost a bit difficult for me to emotionally grasp the context of what was happening in Ukraine. But I remember vividly after speaking to everyone, coming from Europe, but also coming from the different locations, it did provide such a strong context and platform for me to kind of also challenge my biases, but also connect a bit more with the issues, which I thought was really interesting. And these cultural collaborations, I think there are such amazing strengths and there are inherent challenges. I think one of the biggest ones we've probably faced is this navigation of language and communication. And coming from different countries from around the world, there are such variances in languages. And so by chance, the YDC this year has a strong Spanish context, but it has become such a strength, I think, for us, because not only are we developing skills in how to navigate those verbally and create platforms to which everyone feels safe and has opportunity to share their voices, but also these skills in kind of collecting the knowledge, documenting it, and sharing it across the different cultures, which was quite a variance as well, I thought was surprising. And so having this platform has, I think, enhanced all of our capabilities of being able to facilitate these conversations. And I think something that was actually quite interesting is this idea when you're talking to somebody and they need to understand what you're saying, you're inherently slowing down your speech. But that in turn allowed more time for internal reflection and development, which was something I did not expect. And I found very inspiring and grateful that I learned it. But Kimmy, something we talked about, and I think it is worth mentioning, is the privilege within our group as well, because we all are designers, so we have that like-minded thought. We are all privileged enough to be educated, and in our cohort, we all are able-bodied. And so there are gaps in our context and knowledge which will inherently bias us. And we need to be consistently reflecting on those biases, but also I think that's why the Global Speaking Series will be so critical for us, because we have the opportunity to expand beyond our group into these diverse locations and have them teach us in a lot of ways about their understanding of peace. And that will evolve our project as well and their contributions towards the end goal.
Yeah, thank you, Abigail. And finally, I would like to say that when we talk about peace, for me it's important to say there is no peace without freedom. And we all know what is happening at the moment in Iran and how brave the protesters are and how important it is to pay attention to what is happening there, because attention here means solidarity and can actually make a difference. And so when we talk about peace, for me, it was just important to bring this topic also up here in this moment where we have a little bit of a platform, and let us all stay awake and engaged. Thank you.
Thank you both. And now, that dreaded moment. Are there any questions? Any online? Yes.
You talked about your project and you going to these different places to mainly collect information to get into conversation with the people and ask them questions and see what their opinion is. Do you have a plan how to document this, and where, if we observe you and look at this, I would be interested, of course, in how to get the results and learn from what you're collecting.
Thank you for the question. So we will provide a platform which will very surely be embedded in the WDO's website and also social media, because we are part of the WDO. But this is something that we want to do already now when we start to going to these locations, start to bring in all the people that we get to know and be part of the conversation through this whole journey. But also we want to have this final exhibition and report, which we will present in the end in San Diego, Tijuana, at the World Design Capital. And we are at the moment also thinking how we can synthesize these conversations and ideas into physical objects. And I think today was also a moment where I again got inspired and saw how nice it is if you actually transform ideas into something physical, because then it's just more tangible. You can relate to it more easily, and I think understand what thoughts are behind it. So thank you for that.
All right. Well, yes. Question over here.
Hi. At first, thank you very much. It sounds like a really, really interesting project as well. collecting that much data and different data. My question is like kind of building up on the question which we already been asked. I was just interested in how, or do you have a method in like transforming this data you collect, like a specific method you're using to create knowledge out of those different points of views you're trying to collect?
At the moment, we have a lot of methods. That's a little bit also the state that we are right now in. So we need to focus what we actually want to use, because the whole team is super multidisciplinary, all coming from the field of design, but different areas. And therefore, everyone brings in also different knowledge. And we, for example, will do workshops in the schools, and those workshops, we will create physical outcomes. We will ask questions related to peace, but on a lower level, kind of, because if you prompt a question like that, it's also overwhelming. And then, we in the group, for example, did also some workshops where we tried out methods like drawing something that you connect to those huge topics, and then discuss what this drawing means to you. And through things like doing and communicating about it, you get super different results than when you just talk about something. So that is something that we will do. And of course, we will use video cameras. We will use writing. We will have notebooks at each location, the same ones. And we will also have a videographer who will follow us along the journey. But at each location, there will also be other people from the YDC be present. So we really, at the moment, working on how can we pass over the knowledge that this is a journey which is where each station can build on top of the other, kind of. Yeah. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, thank you both very, very much. It's now my pleasure to invite Lars Krukeberg to the stage from Graf. So when you're ready, take it away.
Hi. Whoa. That's too early. You haven't heard anything yet. Clap if you like it afterwards. Okay, I hope I figure this one out. Unfortunately, I wasn't here before the break, so just thinking of what I heard from the presentations here so far, I try to interpolate what has been said. Very interesting ideas, I must say. I had a question about the peace thing, which I think you're really onto something if you think of it. Is anybody knowing a peace monument that actually is about peace and not about war? It doesn't exist, as far as I know. That would be my question. So why? And how would that look like? And yeah, I agree. You can design around peace is a very big topic and can have a lot of approaches. Why don't we have monuments about peace? Strange, no? It says something about our society, I guess. Anyway, a lot of ideas, and a lot of ideas also how to come together, how to communicate, how to bring ideas into the world. What I present to you started like this, but it was our focus to actually bring it into the world, do it. We have a motto. When I say we, I have to say I'm an architect, and I have a firm with two friends, Thomas Putz and Wolfram Putz and Thomas Willemeit. The three of us founded Graft, an architecture company in '98 in Los Angeles. And we do architecture mainly, but we also do product design, urban design from, S to XL. Design has no limits, and it shouldn't have borders either. And it goes in all directions. When we get bored, or if we have a little time to spare, we try to think about problems that you see. And if nobody's there to give you money to resolve it, sometimes you have to give you that commission yourself. And then organize money, and maybe you can actually realize and resolve a problem. This here started with a communication that we had in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, in the bar of a hotel. And we were building a children's hospital in Ethiopia. There is no hospital for children in their country, but that's a different topic. Meeting at the bar, we met somebody that was living perhaps 1,000 meters from our own home, a German entrepreneur. He's a lawyer, but he's a solar and renewable energy entrepreneur, Andreas Spies. And he's engaged in Africa as well. So we got to talk, and he had an idea about a thing that he said could resolve a couple of problems for off-grid people all over the world. But he doesn't know how it looks like, how it really functions, and he can't design it. He's a lawyer. And we were very fascinated by that idea. The idea basically translates into what we then designed, the solar kiosk. It's a little structure that produces energy, autonomous energy, and hence brings development into where there is none because there is no energy. So from that conversation, we came home and started designing. And from that design, we figured out that there is a lot of interest and there might be something there. We brought in our resources and our own money till we had the first prototype, and then we got angel investments. The idea basically is simple, or the problem is simple. Energy is the engine of any development in the world, hence the big hunger for energy, hence the big problems we're facing today. We all are rich and wealthy because we used energy quite a bit. That also caused a problem, climate crisis, but that's another problem, one problem at a time. So if you don't have energy, you can't develop. Now, energy doesn't go to all places in the world. It's a giant problem. And the problem is basically about 16% of the world population, probably more, that don't have access to energy, meaning they can't develop. They have to use sources of energy that are unclean, that are expensive, and it doesn't really work. And we're talking about a lot of people. Of course, they need energy. They need light. They need energy to cook food. So they're poisoning themselves with unclean energy. They spend a lot of money. And that money amounts, for these 16%, maybe more, to a giant number, $30 billion a year. That's a lot of money. And the really perverse thing about this is that the person in Africa or Southeast Asia that lives off-grid, somewhere out there, spends more money on energy than we do. Not in relative numbers, but in true numbers. Because the energy is so expensive until it gets there. Any generator has to be put out there. The diesel that has to get out there. It takes so long to get it out there that it is insanely expensive. So it's a death cycle. There's no development. It's unclean. It's unhealthy. It's way too expensive. So it's at a still stand, and these people don't have a voice. Now, there's one solution to that, because there's an energy source we all know and love dearly. It just said goodbye for us today. The sun is down here in Berlin. But the sun will come back, and when it's there, it has a power that is fantastic. And since that inflection point, that photovoltaics especially became affordable for everybody in the world, you can create business cases all of a sudden with renewable energy. So who are we talking about, and what is the problem? That's the world at night. You see, where there is light, there's energy. And where there is darkness, there's none. It doesn't mean that there are not people. There are a lot of people. So if you ever flew above the continent of Africa at night, it's really amazing. And for hours, you might fly over regions where there are a lot of people, but you see no light whatsoever. You can't even tell, the sky from the ground. So we're talking a lot of people that have no help. And what is the solution? The solution is a space that is created, a space that generates energy, cheap energy, and autonomous energy. It will always be too expensive to bring the power grid to off-grid communities in Africa, Southeast Asia, also South America. Just like the landline never made it there, for telephones. So you have to bridge that gap, just like cell phones today. That is a success story. Everybody has a cell phone in Africa because they have reception, right? That comes from satellites, basically. But they can't charge them. That's kind of the first case for what the solar kiosk is. If you create a space with energy, all of a sudden you create a business. You create a kiosk. In Germany, in Berlin, we say Späti, meaning a place that is open late at night when you come home from work or whatever and you still have to do your shopping. This is what this is. When farmers come in off-grid areas from their fields, they still want to shop. They still want to chat with somebody. They need a place where they can go, charge their phones, maybe watch TV, maybe have a cold drink, right? And that's what this is, but created through the energy from the sun. So basically the scenario, at the daytime, the solar kiosk doesn't really exist, but when night comes, this happens, right? All of a sudden you have a community, you have a place where people can go. In a way, it's like a water hole. It's just for any animal that needs to go to the water hole. We need to go to get energy. And if you look at the transformation in Western countries, what gas stations had been, the gas station today is not a gas station anymore. You have to go there to get your energy for your car, but it is a bookshop, it is where you get your breakfast, it is the water hole. And that would be kind of a water hole as well. Now, how would that work? Think of basically the sun bringing in energy that then is translated into an electrical current, and that electrical current then, with business case, becomes currency, becomes money. It is an enabler, through power, is an enabler for business. So the kiosk sells energy. It charges phones, it charges batteries, it has light, so when you come there at night, it might have music. It will sell you a new cell phone. It will sell you a little power station with a little battery, a little photovoltaic panel, and maybe that's the first case, a lamp, so you can bring the light to your home, right? And that goes to systems that are bigger, even home systems you could sell there. We have fast-moving consumer goods, that the food and drinks that you have there. You have a solar fridge that never goes out, so you can actually have medicine in your solar kiosk. You can, as I said, charge your cell phones. From there, with that energy, because the space and the energy can be expanded. If it's successful, it grows. And if it grows, then you can do other things with it. This is the first kiosk we built, and that is in Ethiopia. We started in Ethiopia. Very tough thing because Ethiopia has a lot of people, but is very poor. The idea is that we're not only inventing this, we're actually building this. And then we brought the first kiosk from Germany to Ethiopia, which is crazy, of course. They don't even have a harbor, so you have to go through Djibouti. Anyway, a really tough beginning, but we had to test how it works, and we tested with 5 kiosks throughout Ethiopia if it really works. And one of these kiosks is at the end of the ropes, just on the border to Kenya in the Omo Valley. And I have a good friend who was a structural engineer, and he went all through Africa, and he went across that kiosk that I haven't seen in many, many years, and it's still there, and it's really working. Anyway, the idea is that we implement it, and from the money that is generated through the operator that we recruit from the community, saying like, hey, this is how you do it. We train the people, so we make them literate in how to run a business, but also what energy literacy means. And then he operates the business. As we have a dish with energy, you can have a dish on your kiosk. We can always control how much energy we do and how the sales are going. So the vision basically was that we provide energy to off-grid areas, and it's sustainable energy that's autonomous. Once it's there, it works. It's not that trucks have to go there all the time. Trucks only have to go there to bring more energy products. You have communication, you bring education, because access to information through the internet means access to the world and having a voice. Anytime, anywhere. You can only do this, and we heard that before, you can only do this with the communities. You can never design against them. And there was a lot of talk about what kind of light we actually need. So what kind of light attracts people or appalls people? That's an interesting side fact for a designer, that we love the warm glow of fire. So when We're happy in Italian towns where you have almost orange street lighting at night. Africa is very different. Or maybe it starts with the Alps, because some Italian cities have very bright lights. If you go to community centers, it's bright as the sun actually, but very cold light as well. That's what African people also, so you have to be careful what kind of lamps you are using and so forth, and selling basically. We then went into different countries. After Ethiopia, it was Kenya. This is our team that we built up in Kenya. This is a photograph that's 5 years old or 6 years old. And we went out there and started building after we had our first financing round and got money in order to build and implement. We started to create the kiosk in the countries. We did this in Ethiopia because, as I said, it's landlocked. You can't bring things in, it's too expensive, so you have to produce it there. We changed the design from aluminum structures into steel, because aluminum is difficult in Africa to press. Steel is available everywhere. So you have to find systems that work in the country, and we started producing in the countries. This was an eye-opener. This is maybe the 10th kiosk in Kenya, and we realized that that the energy was going down in the morning. Why did we know? Because we have remote access, and we realized energy was always going down. We didn't know what was happening and why, so we sent our teams out there, and they realized that the structure next to the kiosk with the satellite dish, the owner just added this space, and the space, the roof, cast a little shadow in the morning on our panels, and then we did actually see it. What did he do? He said, I have a solar fridge, I work with a local butcher. He built his own butchery next to it, and his meat can be stored in the solar fridge, so his product, he doesn't have to fire sell in the evening, he can sell it tomorrow. It's the same with fishermen. So that was an additional job with the energy and the fridge. The structure next to it is a cinema. A cinema because we had the internet dish, they had access to movies that they could just download. So we created a cinema where people paid. So 2 different entrepreneurs that created basically a market scenario. And that's basically what the idea is. You build the energy ladder and you substitute step by step from little solar lanterns, which is comparable maybe to a 3-stone fire, to a mini grid. Because if you have basically, if you go backwards, we added, you see that structure on the right side? That's not a kiosk, that's just the extension of the kiosk with more solar power. And you can do something underneath if you wanted to, right? And that's the idea then that it grows. It becomes a market center or can become something else. So again, we operated the kiosk together with the control of our local companies that then were helping the operators that sometimes were employees, sometimes were partners, depending on the country, because also that is cultural. Kenya, very entrepreneurial. Rwanda, a little bit different. Ethiopia, not much entrepreneurial. They wanted to be hired. Anyway, we expanded into 6 countries. We started in East Africa, as you can see. In Botswana, we started as well, and then we went into West Africa with Ghana, as Ghana is not landlocked and interesting for West Africa as an extension. I have to go a little quicker. I'm talking way too long, I realize. I'm sorry. Education is vital because if people don't understand how energy works, they are very skeptical in buying something where they have to invest into a solar lamp, right? You have to tell them why this is good, because in a matter of 3 months, it will have paid for itself, and then it's free energy for them. And they don't have to pay for candles anymore. So we started doing comic books, the Solar King and the Queen ICS, intelligent cooking stoves, against the charcoal witch. And we were very popular, actually. I liked them very much. Produced all in Tanzania, actually. So I'm not going too much into the design at this point, only to say we had to find a design that's robust, that can go anywhere without a big truck, maybe on donkey back, and then be durable and work. Because you can't go out there all the time. That would break your budget. And again, this is not non-for-profit. We call this social enterprise, meaning you're not getting rich by doing this, but it can take care of itself. That was the idea. At a certain scale, everything pays for itself. And you don't have to run to the governments or the World Food Program or whatever. And we did all that and never really, we weren't very successful. So we had to find money somewhere else, impact money. I'm going through this a little bit quicker. I'm showing you a little video. I hope it works by itself. Maybe tone down a little bit the tone. This is one of the openings in Rwanda. That's a collaboration we did with Coca-Cola. Maybe we talk about that as well. But this is a perfect example of what happens if you do it and expand the energy. Meaning you have the kiosk itself, and you have seen you sell phones, you sell telephone communication, so the hours. This is the team, the white guys here is obviously the solar kiosk team from Berlin. We also built these structures, being architects, that wasn't that difficult. This is the local barber. And he basically works at night because people come from the fields. He needs light and he needs energy for a tool, because African hair, sometimes a tool is easier and better. So for him, it was vital to have that. And he has music, entertainment. Back there, that's the cinema again. That's, as you can see, a very simple structure. And people go there because there's food and there's football. I mean, it's as simple as anything else. There's no difference between somebody from Berlin or London or Addis. You want to be with your friends, you want to see a game, maybe you want a cold drink, and that's what the Solar Kiosk does. The last thing I did as the CTO, in the end, and I spent 3 years basically doing just this, is how can you expand that idea into different areas? Because if people go because they don't have a perspective and leave off-grid countries, basically, usually the next stop is a slum or a refugee camp. And they have the same problems, and we heard about that. Homelessness is the same here. There, it is a bit more tricky. So it's always the same problem: access to information, access to energy, and a space, an address. So we created a school, a connected solar school in Al-Zatari in Jordan when the first Syrian crisis started. We also in Jordan built a clinic that does basic healthcare, so urine testing and blood testing. And from that, then we went into the refugee camp in Kutupalong in Bangladesh and built 5 clinics there. And it did grow from there. Being an architect, at one point I also wanted to do something else with my life, so I retreated as a CTO, and the company goes strong. We don't run the kiosks anymore. It was just too much. They're basically now organized in different ways, and the extension right now, which for us is really interesting, is more in the refugee world, actually, schools and clinics. And one thing, and that I found very interesting, if it comes to mobilization, if you have vertical mobility in drones, and drones that deliver things into off-grid areas, again, the same problem. Otherwise, transport doesn't get there. And you have energy to charge the drones, and you have the internet to control them. So that might be a next big thing. So I leave you with Karl Marx in the end, because for us as designers, we don't want to stop just thinking it and designing it. We want to deliver it. So you only change it if you actually bring it onto the ground. Sorry for talking too long. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. Now, we're a bit short on time, but are there any immediate questions? Yes, okay, let's take these 2 questions. Is it on?
Can you guys hear me? Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot for the presentation. There's a lot of takeaways I had, and the main question for me is more about the bigger picture. I know you started off with clarifying like the problem that you're trying to solve, and not necessarily solving all the interwoven problems around it. But my my thinking is with the provision of this solar solution that's sort of a very much needed or an immediate need, is there more like an integrated vision? And it's a similar question I had asked earlier when we were talking about the waste management system, where we have these sort of silos of pockets of solutions that for you to have an ecosystem that actually functions fully, you don't need, if you solve it in that way, it's similar to putting some small band-aids on like different locations. Like, is there a holistic, systematized way of looking at it where, for example, the earlier presenter on the waste management system is linked to this solar system, and thinking about it in a form of a scalable solution where we as the fastest growing continent want to have systems that are very innovative as opposed to one-off products that solve immediate needs. So how is the shift from this to that sort of holistic approach that I've just mentioned? Like, how is that something that has been sort of thought through to have that in mind for the long term?
I'm not entirely sure if I completely understood your question. I think this is already pretty holistic in itself because it combines very different things into a solution that does many things at the same time and can scale in energy and space. So I'm not so sure what kind of holistic solution you are referring to. Basically, just to say, I don't think there's an either or. Anything you do out there helps, right? And if you find something that can carry itself and doesn't need money that is only channeled through NGOs, which need a lot of money. I think that's the main thing here as a test that we're trying, social entrepreneurship and social enterprise, rather than great work that NGOs do, but they need a lot of money to get to solutions. You need to create something in between the private sector and the NGO sector. And I think that's what we're trying here. In a solution that works in a little community but does a lot of things at the same time. You can add water purification if you want to. So honestly, I don't know exactly where you're missing the holistic part in it.
Yeah, I think in the individual sense of the kiosk, it's holistic. But how it ties to other systems around the kiosk, beyond energy generation, economic empowerment, how does that link to a whole network of solutions, in the sense that it can be an isolated thing which can go on for years as a solution, right? Yes. But you want it to work as a system eventually, further down the line, where now everything is linked in a way that now things work together. I'll give an example of maybe like looking at Berlin and looking at how Berlin works, for example. The level of systematization that went into thinking through it wasn't isolated. So it's just more like as a single cell of the system, it works in that sense of holisticness. But my question is, how is it also tying to other things that would make it a very sustainable solution long term?
It can only be sustainable if it pays for itself, and that's a matter of scale. And all kiosks are linked into the central hub. So Nairobi or Addis or whatever other hubs, this is where the team is, and this is where all data is collected to understand what people need, what works, and how really you create a sustainable business. And honestly, we failed in many countries. It didn't really work easily. To create a holistic system by itself, paid by itself, done by some idiots from Berlin, that's not an easy thing to do. So I can tell you from experience, before you ask, how is it holistic, how is it, you're basically asking for the working of a holistic infrastructure for a whole country. You're asking Lars Krückeberg, an architect from Berlin. I think it's a little much to ask, honestly. We were very happy when we started to see traction that the kiosk worked, We created jobs in a community where there was none for 15 people, right? And started to raise the level of information, of education. You know, people in Tanzania, you know, they wanted to become solar engineers afterwards because they understood how it works, you know, without going to school. So the system is open enough in order to expand it into different fields. You could go into the medical sector immediately. Just one example. Water purification we did in Vietnam a lot. Water was more important for them than power. And yes, Berlin it's a very different task, because if you have separate nodes throughout the country that are miles and miles from each other, it's very different than to create a city where everything is connected already. Can be. It's much more efficient, right? If you do that over a country, it's very, very difficult. And last mile, that's the big thing, the big tackle. Just talking about internet, we were courted by Ericsson, you know, so everybody wanted to work with us because, yes, satellites are there, you get connectivity, but who sells the things, who operates the things, who takes the security, and who has the energy in order to bring then all that information to the ground? There is not a lot of players out there. And we did this now for almost 10 years, so we know, you know. And even that, as I said, it's not difficult and not everything did work. So I'm sorry if I don't fulfill your criteria. It is open enough to be connected and to grow into different areas. We had some areas where the energy was for a communication mask that brought communication for an entire region rather than just the kiosk and 500 meters, right? We built mini grids that then powered that station, that gave power to a football pitch so you could play at night, gave energy to the local medical facility. So once you have energy, basically, that's what I'm saying, you can do anything. But the bigger part was to design the financial sustainability behind it. As a designer, we just made sure that the technical solution can grow, and that we did. So yes, we're in refugee camps, we can do schools, we can do clinics. It's just the financial sustainability and social entrepreneurship. That was a really tough thing, and that I could just have a lecture over that, because we had almost no help from the big governments, because we considered private sector. So with compliance rules, you cannot be supported, or it's very difficult to be supported. Let's take it away.
We'll have to leave it there.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. Now, we're going to have the briefest panel conversation in the history of panel conversations. Like Lars, you stay here. Kimia, Amir-Moazami, Julia Kostial, Timm, Donke, and Julita Afande, if you would like to come up. And, you know, they say standing meetings take a lot less time than sitting meetings. So that's why everybody stood. For me, there has been, a lot has been said today, and there's a lot of potentiality in the air. And I have a very simple, overarching question. What are the limits to a design project? We've seen so many different kinds of design projects. Some of them are nodes, some of them are systems, some of them are more ephemeral, some of them are very material and very grounded. But maybe we can just go around one by one. Maybe we start with you, Julia. What, from your perspective, and in the light of what we've seen and heard today, are the limits of a design project?
No limits. We in the German Design Museum Foundation, we're doing also design workshops in schools, and we always go there and say, design is a process. You know, you just go out and you start designing your day. It's about action, and it's about doing something. Of course, it's one definition of a discipline, and I know that, of course, studied product designer or industrial designer will now say, well, what am I doing, my education, when you say, you know, everybody's a designer. But when we think about designing processes, which is important, I think design has its role in every process and in all kinds of projects. So I really think design can change the world, and there's no limit really. And what I can see, and I'm not a designer, I'm a communicator, that designers are so good in linking and making connections, you know, and designers can help different disciplines to talk to each other and understand each other. And that's something you just need in all kinds of intercultural, global, whatever conversations.
Kimia, I wonder whether you want to jump in here, because I feel like maybe do you agree with Julia?
I don't know if that's, hello?
Is that on?
Okay, yeah, so from my perspective, I think design has its limits in the knowledge that you have, and the skill set. So design, of course, can work together with different disciplines, but if I just look at myself as a designer, I have a lot of limits, but I could collaborate with people who are really experienced, who are experts in a different field, and expand my limits through that. So I would say there are sometimes very closed limits, and if you expand them through knowledge, then you can have almost no limits. Yeah.
Test. Hello, hello. Okay. So I think I agree very much with what both of you said, and I think the ideas in itself, they're limitless, right? Like you can come up with everything in your head what you want, you can dream up things, you can follow your fascination, you can come up with things, but I think as a young designer, there are very much limits to what you can do, what one person can do, what an individual can do, and I think that's why groups need to be formed like here. And then there's also really like practical limits, right? So practical limits, I think, for our group is how to implement ideas, right? Because you can dream up everything, but how do you get into reality? How do you stop talking and make it real, right? And another big limit, especially thinking about cross-border projects, is bureaucracy, right? Bureaucracy, which I've noticed working in a Kenyan context since 2016, also now with the German project, is a really, really, really tough one, because you need certificates for everything, you need visas for everything, you need flights which don't happen because visas don't happen, right? So to create this kind of like collaboration, I think we have to totally rethink bureaucracy, because it hinders a lot of things, I believe.
Yeah, okay. I think that's a little bit of a tricky question. There's very many angles to look at it from, and everyone here has said something that's an angle of their exposure, what you can see. So I'll present that in what I've seen. So coming from the impact world, I feel like actualizing design products or services, which is a very specific thing, not design as a whole, as a designer or all that, is, yes, there is some limits, but there's a lot of efforts to mitigate those limits. So one of the limits would be not acknowledging the power of collaboration, because the designer themselves may, or the idea itself may not have the funds to come into existence. So where does business or non-profit world come into that? When you look at expertise, if you're working in the medical field, as a designer, you need somebody who's a professional in that side to come in. And so what I'm trying to say is, without collaboration, I do feel design has its limits. It's part of a system that's integrated all together. It's policy, specific sectors, the creatives, the people you're designing for, which is wicked.
You want to follow up, Lars?
Nothing to add.
I think one of the obvious limits that I've perceived anyway is understanding what the scale of a design project can be, right? They can be very small, they can be very large, but then there's also a level of communication. I've seen a lot of people touch upon this idea of how you engage somebody to understand that this is a site of creativity, that this is something which is being designed, and that there is a collaborative aspect to that. It goes back to what I was saying a little bit earlier about ego, right? Is when the ego is depleted, there is potentially more space for design to take a more active role in societies. But it was all pretty optimistic responses on the whole. I don't know if anybody wants to contribute from the audience. Does anybody fundamentally disagree with what's been said just now? No? Julia, I don't know if you want to add something. I know we're very, very short on time. Do you want to add something? We're very short on time.
Well, I'm absolutely inspired. My head is full of information I really have to sort out. Well, if we take the pilot group and what we did in the last 1.5 years, I just can add a big thank you to the participants who spent a lot of time and a lot of work into this project and let us watch them doing this work. And I was so happy. I'm a little bit proud, to be honest, what the results look like, and I think this is really astonishing, and I'm looking forward to what's next and how we can help you to maybe go on your way. So that's some warm words, and before this ends, I have to thank Linda Roms and Whitney and Isabel, who's in Frankfurt, for all the help on this fantastic organization. You're a wonderful team. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, I saw outside an aperitivo situation. So I think that exists, if I'm not wrong. But thank you so much for today. It's been really inspiring. And I'm sure we'll be hearing more from everybody soon. Thank you.